G'day, ladies and gentlemen. It's game day. Welcome to Admiral Park. We've got round 2 of the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership. The Joondalup Giants up against the Willagee Bears. Both teams searching for their first win of season 2025. I'm Donnie Bell, joined by Dave McRae. Willagee back into the comp in 2025.
Donnie. The Bears are back, and I'm gonna lean on this all day. It's an omen, because we'll be saying this hopefully in a couple of weeks. Again, we'll be saying the Bears are back, but I'm excited for a number of reasons. One, there's a connection family-wise with the Willagee Bears. They're a South club as well. They're a club that's been hanging about for a few years. Really good work with the committee down there, getting the club back where it needs to be. And from what I understand, the energy down there is really big.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's fantastic to get rid of that bye, I think,
100%.
From a fan's perspective. Absolutely love having 3 games on every weekend. As we have a look at the results, though, from last week. But the Bears, they got a bit of a welcome back to first grade from the South Perth Lions, 44 points to 16. But the Giants got their own little touch-up. 48-6, hammered down in Rockingham. And, of course, the game that we broadcast last week, the North Beach Sea Eagles in the grand final rematch, 24-10 over the Roosters. But both teams getting heavy defeats last week, Dave.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually with the Rockingham game. I was up north, had some great experiences up there in the NT last week, and we were discussing actually at length the Rockingham list. Obviously, Kieran Crowe, who's now up there as a stalwart of the Rockingham Sharks, and we were having a look at their list, and he wasn't quite sure how they'd go this year. He thought perhaps they're going to struggle, and if that's, I guess, any indication, who knows? So it's hopefully the Sharks just turned up and had a blinder rather than the opposition didn't, because otherwise we want a nice even game today. As we see some of the highlights from last week.
Yeah, absolutely. This is some of the big shots. It was a very defensive first half. There wasn't a lot of points on offer. A couple of sort of crash over tries, but it was really impressive defence from both teams. It was high quality football actually in that first 40.
I thought it was fantastic. I watched it up in Darwin. I thought it was fantastic. I wasn't actually expecting much from the Roosters, but they had their opportunities. But yeah, it was a cracking first 40.
As we see the penalty try there.
We don't see that very often, do we?
No. Watching it, obviously, you know where you are positioned as the commentator there. I called it immediately that it was a penalty try.
Yeah.
It was
he was taken
one of the
out,
more
wasn't
obvious
he?
ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, might as well have a look at the teams competing, as we see some pictures of Darwin up there. But that's obviously the Giants' home team, the home side today. Get us through that.
Yeah, the Giants. This is obviously a few changes. Every team has that FIFO element in there at the back. Rangi Wananga Kingi on the wings, Leon White and Diesel Babington. Tiafati, Kihi and Mitch Haggett, a big inclusion in the centres. Halves pairing, Brodie Dunn and Davey Martin. It'll be key to how the Giants go in terms of how those two combine. A different combination to what they had last week with no Gus Marshall. Jack Bullard and Edison Sailata up front with River Coleman at 9. He made the team of the week, River, last week. He's a hard worker. I'll call his name plenty. Jayden Andrews, Matthew Ricky Hana and Taurine Sheehan at the base of the scrum. The bench, Daniel Barry, Connor Favell, Slade Long and Jermaine White.
And the Bears are back.
The Bears, they are back. At fullback, Kainor Gudgeon will be the key for them. He will be everything that they need in attack. And then on the wings, Manfred Kelly and Karanavalu. Centre, Wiperi and Going in the halves. Ryan Mills and Tamaho Tierney. Good to see Tamaho Tierney go across to the Willagee Bears as well, one of their new recruits. Malako and Chan Boone will be big up front, and Tremaine Campso got plenty of experience, has played in the top grade before for the Bears. A bit of a veteran. He's a good player though, looking forward to seeing him again. Jonathan Araya, Olivia and John Liotta in the back row with Rangi Thompson. And a bench of Andrew Bannister, another Bears legend, Jackson Bond, Finn McDermott and Mahi Cameron.
You mentioned the team of the week, Donnie. I thought that was fantastic. I'm assuming it's the team that at NRL, as we try and get that list up. It's not going to work for us. But yeah, the team of the week was a pretty impressive roster. I'd like to see that run out in the black and gold.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's a great concept. I think if we can see that every week, it's when you. Sometimes the struggle is when you start doing something like that. You've got to do it every single week.
Yep. Shout out to, I'm assuming, the person that's done it, Caleb. keep doing it, son. That was awesome.
That's it. And he'll be one of the few that gets to watch every minute of every game. And it's the Joondalup Giants out on the field. Looks like they're going to kick off. They'll be running it from left to right on your screen. The Willagee Bears will have first use of it. Be Malako or Chan Boone looking for this first carry. Always love the first contact. Davey Martin waiting for a tee.
Pretty nice conditions too. It's been windy the last few days.
A little bit different to last week. Last week it was 38 degree temperatures. Yep. It was oppressive heat. But we've had a bit of rain, about a lot of wind. But it looks it's fairly steady here at Admiral Park today, and the ground looks in great nick. And we are go for round 2, the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership, and the kickoff has gone out on the full. Well, that is not the start that the Giants were looking for. At home, got hammered down in Rockingham last week. And they start with one that sails out on the full from Davey Martin. We see Manfred Kelly just watches that one sail over his head. Tierney steps up, kicks that one into touch. And the Bears will go right on the attack straight away. Camso takes the tap. They go one wide to Gudgeon. Gudgeon turning that one underneath. Strong run. Now they work to the right-hand side again. Gudgeon just handing that off, getting his hands on the ball twice already in this set. Comes across now to Chan Boone. Put onto his back by Andrews. Plays it back, Camso, looks one way, goes to Tierney. Tierney, show and go, gets the pass out wide, fending away from one, coming back infield is Wiperi. And eventually the Giants get him to the ground. Going himself, Camso dives over, gets it down. First try of the game goes the way of the Willagee Bears, Tremaine Camso. And they'll play from in front, 4-0 kick to come on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard.
On the last try too, Don, and I tell you, someone got a saw, a hacksaw or something, or some clippers, get rid of that tree, right where we don't want it to be.
Well, it was a good quick play the ball after an evasive run from Wiperi. Came back infield, fended away from a couple, but still found his front, played it quickly, and Camso seeing a bit of space in behind, didn't need an invitation.
Just a loss of concentration too there around the feet.
Now, conversion attempt is, you can see the trees in the background giving you that indication of the breeze that's blowing here. Tomoho Tierney with the conversion attempt. Puts it up, and flags are raised. I can tell you as a touch judge, when it is windy at Admiral Park, it is a tough job. As we have another look at this try from Camso. They've got very short posts at Admiral Park, and when it's blowing around, it's impossible to tell. We might see a couple of one up, one down, Dave.
And it is slightly elevated too. You can see there if you're watching on on the stream, especially from interstate. It is slightly elevated, so there is a bit of a valley in Old Heathridge there. He's almost lost the handle on that one.
Ryan Mills, good to see him back as well. That's one of the things that having the Willagee Bears back in the top grade is we get to see some of these Bears stalwarts back in the fuel to go and play Premiership. Now the Bears after points, they score first. It's important to complete after that. They're still going to use the football. Gudgeon, that pass just a little bit in behind. Burrowing in down low is Silata. Grass cutter tackle as Tierney driving that down into the corner. Taken by Babington. He's held up and driven backwards, so a good chase on that kick as the Bears get through that set after points. And now the Joondalup Giants, well, they started the game kicking out on the full, and this is their first use of the ball, so behind from the get-go. And the Willagee Bears, they are muscling up in defence. Picking Haggett up and dragging him backwards. As Coleman gets out of dummy half and gets him into a somewhat decent field position late in this set. Come over towards the middle, that kick from inside the 40, he's kept that low. He goes into touch, I tell you, it was from inside the 40 and it wasn't far from the 20. We'll see where the touch judge. It's just outside the 20 where it's found touch, but
it was a good kick.
Was a good kick in the end, but the fullback just kind of watched it. I don't think he realised that there was any danger there. Now the Bears.
I like this spread. I'm just moving with a spring in their step.
Absolutely, and we've seen it a few times already where they've been very willing to use the ball down there into the field. They're going to play some footy. Chan Boone carrying it forward, backing towards the Giants' 20-metre line as they look to go right on the attack again. They come to the right-hand side, outside, inside play to Thompson. Rungy Thompson still going, struggling. Deep into Giants territory. They look to the blind side, they're going to look to barge over. I think that's Malaco in 16, not 8. But we now come across with Tierney. Tries to roll it in behind. They'll get 6 again. Gudgeon turns that one underneath.
Oh!
And going! He's going to score!
That's a try and a half, that one. Absolutely brilliant. Just he took it under his wing, and the moment he ducked his head, you knew he was only going to go one way. Just have a look at this. Gets through here. Nothing that he could have done about that. And last line of defence here, off a standing start. You've got to stop that, especially with your legs together. He wasn't placed. He was just going to go straight over the top. And it's his second meet. Pie Donny inside the first 7 minutes.
Well, it's a wonderful start for the Willagee Bears. And I think the most impressive thing is the way that they're using the football. I mean, they are really playing rugby league.
It's run and gun and looking for the opportunity to move the ball, split the defence, and when they can't split the defence, hit the line hard, push up. I mean, they're playing fantastic looking footy.
It's can sometimes be a simple game, rugby league. They're certainly running harder, tackling harder. They're doing everything with more intensity than the Joondalup Giants. On the other side of the coin, the Giants very, very poor to start this game. Their first hit out at home, and they haven't shown up yet. They have been caught absolutely napping as Tierney moves in. And again, with this breeze, he is striking it beautifully, having absolutely no trouble whatsoever. And suddenly it's 12-0 on the Burton Auto Parts scoreboard.
Here we see that try again. Inside ball. And we're just having a look at that first line there. That split from the left to the right. The moment he did that, the defender had absolutely no chance. Took the ball on the run, Defence was flat-footed. Never gonna stop him.
Right, on the app it is saying that the try scorer was John Leota, who was originally named in 12, and then I got word that he'd switched into the 4 jersey, but the app's saying John Leota, the try scorer, not Eli Going. So we'll go with that. We're the mercy of the information we get given. As the Bears, once again, after points, working it up to the 40-metre line, getting themselves in a decent field position for the kick. Gudgeon. So get up right against that sideline with Wiperi. Now, Tierney dummies on the inside. Gudgeon was right there, but he holds on to it. Now they'll play it. They go to the open side. It'll be a kick now from Mills. Mills puts it up in the air. That's not going to be easy to take. Coming forward, Kingy knocks it on. The Bears will come back up with the football. And they'll have another set of 6 coming. Kelly dives on the ball. And now Karanavalu comes in for a carry. Camso at dummy half. He goes to Gudgeon. Gudgeon hands that off to Chan Boone. Chan Boone's inside the 10-metre line. Camso at dummy half. He waits. Outside, inside again. It's worked before. Gudgeon to Chan Boone. He flicks one out. It's picked up. That's play on. He gets the ball there, and touch judge calls knock on.
It looked like it went forward as soon as it came out of his hand.
Well, once again, they're coming out to the 20. I'm surprised by that. I thought it was short of the line where he knocked it on. So maybe it was in actually trying.
No, he was short of the line. Well,
maybe
you're right.
In trying to put the ball down, they've knocked it on.
Because he was quick on the whistle, wasn't he? And we were blindsided by it. So
now a penalty here to the Giants, and they needed that.
Well, even that knock on though, if he's done it over the line, I mean that's again centimetres for the Bears scoring another one. And again, we're just inside 10 minutes, Donny. They could have been easily 16-0 up.
Absolutely, they could have been. Almost should have been. They've been the better team by far, but instead of being 16-0 up, they might very well find themselves in a contest very shortly. The Giants, their first attacking chance, as Bullard takes it forward for Joondalup. Put down onto his back, they control the ruck there, the Bears. Coleman waits at dummy half. Goes to Sheehan, across and dummy and go from Dunn. He almost slices through, the ball's come loose. Ryan Mills lets the referee know, the referee agrees. And the Bears, their first test defensively, they pass that as well, Dave.
Yeah, they do. Just having a look at the 2 different attacking forays between the 2 sides, and I think you have to be able to match that intensity. If your opponent's coming at you at a mile a minute, you need to be able to either slow that down defensively, or when you got ball in hand, you've got to match it, and they don't seem to be matching at the moment. They're still playing a little bit flat-footed in mine. If the Bears have just want to do that again. If the Bears have brought the fire and intensity, then Joondalup have to live to that, because they're not going to stop it. They've got to live to it, and they've got to play that type of game when they've got ball in hand as well.
They look a little shell-shocked as we. I think there's a bit of pressure on the back of the head. That's the crusher tackle position, and there's the signal from the referee. No malice in it, but it does give the Bears a piggyback out of their own end, and they'll finish this set in pretty decent field position, you would think. They've done not a lot wrong so far, the Willagee Bears, as they go in search of their first win. Here in the Cash Converters key game, it's Gudgeon, skips across field. He's a dangerous ball runner, gets that out to Going. But the ball comes free. Some calls of a high tackle, but... great shot!
You would have heard that from... the next week. Jesus. I'm still reverberating in my ears.
That is heavy contact on Edison Salata. He gets up, plays the ball quickly to his credit. A one-on-one strip there from Mills.
They're
going to say there's two in the tackle, I believe. It was very close. I think he was the first man in, but I think he had a teammate might have put a fingernail into the tackle before he'd ripped it out. So the Giants get the penalty. Bullard takes the first carry. He'll get through his work. Coleman, one marker, steps past him, gets the pass out, knocked down, I think, by the Bears. It's picked up by Gudgeon. That's going to be play on. Gudgeon, he's into the backfield, skips away. No ankle tap, looks infield, floats one across. It's taken now at Bannister. Bannister's put down. He'll play the ball back to Wiperi. The Bears now on the attack. They're going to look to go coast to coast. They go out wide again and put down by Kelly with the line wide open.
Oh, they could have raffled that on that far side. They had the numbers there. Perhaps he went too. Did he go too deep with that? No. He's just, I think he's taking his eyes off that.
He was looking up at where he had to go. He was looking to take on the corner, but didn't catch the ball first.
I think the Giants must have to count themselves lucky at the moment. That's two opportunities, at least two, that have gone begging for the Bears. This scoreboard could have looked a lot worse. Probably should.
Well, when Coleman went through, he threw the pass looking for Davey Martin. I just question whether there was a Willagee hand that might have knocked that one down, but not picked up by the officials. Gudgeon plays to the whistle, and they almost go up the other end and score. The Giants, there's plenty of experience in this team. They're going to need that to keep level heads and look up and realise that it's only 12-0 on the scoreboard. It might feel like they need to play some catch-up footy and they're a lot further behind than they actually are. But one score and they're right back in it as the Bears give away a silly penalty late in the count. And there's a bit of push and shove on the ground there as well. The Giants will get another opportunity to go back into attacking territory. The Bears not helping themselves out with some discipline issues in the last few sets. Can the Giants convert? Tap and go. Ricciana takes the first carry. Plays it back to Coleman. Coleman to Silata. Got absolutely nailed last time he ran it. Good to see him put his hand up for another one. Sheehan goes to the line, out the back to Martin. He got levelled there. There's going to be a penalty for that late shot on Sheehan. Well, ball players, they are well and truly protected when they go right to the line and pass it nowadays. He digs right into the line. Throws the pass, and it's a while after he passed it. I know that's slow motion.
Yeah, I think it looked worse actually in real time. So, but he knew he'd done wrong.
We're right back on the attack, the Giants. So they go out, and a chance now for Kingy. Kingy, strong, hard to stop. Wriggling, trying to break through. There's 3 or 4 Bears there holding him up, making sure he can't get the ball to the ground. Ricciana, he's standing out to the right. Dunn is deep. If they go out the back, they go to Ricciana. He just steps off the right, takes a settler. Coleman. Now they go to Dunn. Dunn going across field. Martin turns that underneath, put down by Kihi. And a double knock on.
Don't think he was expecting that. I thought they were going to go right. Probably no need to go inboard there. I'm not sure why. They had a bit of spread out on the right. Wasn't expecting that. It's come off his legs.
Well, poor execution after the held up call. They just sort of seem to lose their way a little bit there, the Giants.
The game has seemed to settle a bit though, Don, the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, they've worked into the arm wrestle on the back of a few penalties given away by the Bears. And it was always going to be a struggle for the Bears to maintain the intensity they started with. Well, they've got a fortuitous penalty here for the high tackle because they dead set ran themselves out of room. And the tackle, a conventional tackle would have been fine. He's gone it's a seatbelt tackle. You've seen them let go at senior level in the past, but it's a penalty given.
It was well played by the ball carrier though, and he milked it for all it was worth.
I certainly don't look for too much territory from that touch finder. They just kick it out and effectively restart the tackle count. As Thompson goes out to Gudgeon. Gudgeon goes around the back of Davey Martin. Picks up Malako. Now Camso to Gudgeon. Gudgeon looking to use footwork to find some tiring forwards in around the middle of the field. He's wringing his hand as he comes out of that tackle, Gudgeon.
Oh, his hand was at wrist.
They go out wide and again finding some space on this right-hand side. It's the 5 and the 2 are next to each other out there. It's Karanavalu's moved over to right centre. Now Tierney stops, comes back the other way, looks back towards the blind. He's beaten 2 or 3, some more footwork from Tierney. They finally get hold of him and a quick play the ball. Too quick for Camso. He wasn't ready. Mills bombing across field. That one's left to bounce and it's deadly there as it's eventually picked up by the Giants. It'll be a goal line dropout. Well, the kicking game of the Bears has given them headaches as well.
It was a good kick, well weighted, but just watch it here. He's just, I don't know what he's gone with his foot. Like,
he realised late he couldn't get to it on the full, but just didn't put himself in a good position to deal with the bounce or to get it in any other way. It was all a bit of a mess there from the Giants. The Bears have got a player down in Gudgeon who was wringing that hand. He's standing up now. I think they've given the all clear, but I'll certainly be hoping that he's able to stay on the field.
He was down in the backfield for quite a time.
Now with Bond.
Is that offside?
Well, I think he's... I'm not sure what the signal is there, whether he wasn't facing square when he played the ball or did he take the marker out. Something's happened at the play of the ball. The Bears have given away a penalty with the ball in hand and their ill discipline continues. Although it has found touch as a very good touch finder, in fact. So they go out the back of Martin, find a light stepping Jaden Andrews. Quick play the ball, and on the back of that goes Sheehan. Sheehan dummies to the outside. Bullard got whacked in the backfield a mile after the ball had gone. Luckily he's a front rower and didn't hit the deck, or it might have been another penalty against the Bears. Now they look to carry it forward. Favell plays it back to Coleman. Coleman again, scheming out a dummy half. Gets that to Sheehan. An offload from Sheehan to Martin. It comes out wide. Keehee. Keehee goes wider still. Stepping back infield, Babington. Back to Keehee. And Tierney wraps up the ball. Wants to play the ball quickly. Coleman waits. Comes out to the open side. That ball hits the deck on the bounce. Picked up by the Giants on tackle 5. The Bears trying to adjust their defence on their right-hand side. They get enough numbers out there and the kick.
Straight his guts.
Well, Manfred Kelly, right place, right time. He's got an offload away. And the Bears are away. They're off down the right-hand touchline. And away goes Karanavalu. He puts the kick in field. He just ran out of puff. And Kingy goes back and cleans it up. Well, so Monty Karanavalu makes a big break down that right-hand touchline, and now he's still down on his haunches, just sucking in air and leaving his team one short defensively. So now Bullard. He's dropped the ball. A bit of push and shove. Bullard didn't like it. Well, still a bit of carry on there. I don't think there's too much doubt that it was just a dropped ball. So it gives the Bears a chance.
Just trying to lift that tempo, aren't they? Just.
Well, another opportunity for the Willagee side. So they shrug away from one. Camso to dummy half. Looking to bash that one forward, but put down onto his back. Taking it to Thompson. Thompson, busy, dangerous in around the middle third of the field. Tierney's been good. He comes out to Cameron. Cameron has swung around onto his back. Camso again waiting. Tierney goes to the line, gives that one underneath to Malako. Malako gets out of the tackle of one, spins out of the tackle of another. He can see the line, he's not far away. Tackle 5, Tierney on the left. They eventually go that way. No, they don't. Camso, he dribbles one in behind. Do they have the chasers to keep him in the in goal? Yes, they do. Well, it wasn't conventional, but they got it done, Dave.
It looked messy. From both teams, to be honest. He's in 14 different minds there.
Well, he was looking out right the whole time. Tierney was to the left, and he seems the man you'd most likely be going to. But he didn't like that option either. Then he thought he'd run it, and I think you're right. He was in about 14 or 15 different minds, and got a good result in the end because the Bears have another set, another chance to attack this line to extend this 12-0 lead in the Cash Converters key game. That one hits the deck, going back. Ryan Mills picks it up, gets swung around by Mitch Haggett. They've lost a little bit of momentum. There's a few in front of the ball after that, and that's a flat pass there. I've got Jackson Bond on my list as being the 15, but I've got a feeling that might be Finn McDermott. Now a short ball to Cameron. Cameron hitting a hole. But he's chopped down. Camso to Tierney. Tierney, he goes to the line. Long, flat ball, stepping in field. Going again towards the line. Bannister, not far away. Tierney, he's going to bomb this one across field. This should be a contest. It's taken by the Bears.
No,
flicking that one up. And they're going to say passed off the ground.
He was on the ground, wasn't he? It's good though, creative again, looking for an opportunity every time they're within the last 10 or 5. They look like they're a chance.
Well,
what has he done there?
They've gone close to not finding touch a couple of times, the Giants. They've flirted with it, but gotten away with it again. Just trying, I think it's kind of desperation stuff from the Giants. They know they need to get territory somehow, and
I'm just thinking maybe they need to just take a breath and just complete their sets. Just get up the ground.
So they're going to play the ball.
Oh, that's not going to help.
Well, that's just, again some great driving defence from McDermott. Bang! And there's that riding the ship, Edison Silata.
This is great footy, Donny.
Oh, he almost played that sideways. He had 2 goes at it. Now McDermott's called out of it, so they go back, and now the Giants with Barry. The Bears holding on as the Giants look for their first points. Martin goes to Kingy. Kingy short ball to Kihi. Kihi's chopped down. Just getting to dummy half there is Sheehan. He makes the most of it. Takes the momentum and takes off. Ball gets out to Dunn. Dunn, though, standing in an upright tackle. So the Bears able to control that ruck. Coleman back into dummy half this time. Goes to Sheehan, who rolls it in behind. The Bears have got it. They'll get back into the field to play. It looks like Rungy Thompson has gone back to fullback with that injury to Kynor Gudgeon. That's a big blow for Willagee, Dave.
Well, we don't have anyone on the sidelines, unfortunately, to get an update on that. I mean, it looked relatively... It looked serious. He was down for a while. It looked straight at the bench, actually. Straight at the sidelines when it happened, so hopefully he's all right, but leaves a big hole. He's gone kick early, has he?
Well, he's got a big boot, Tierney, but I don't think he got quite the connection he was hoping for, and he's a good kick return from Leon White. He's put the Giants right back into attacking territory straight away. He's been busy, this man, Kihi. The right centre has got through a mountain of work. Now they come back towards the middle with Martin. Martin dummies on the outside and gets swallowed up. McDermott, the tackler. Dunn holds that up. No look pass. The Bears, though, not fooled. Defence read it well. Barry hits the deck. Dunn again, another no look pass. It was at the feet there of Kingy. And he did well just to catch it. Dunn, he looks where he's kicking. Bannister's knocked it back. It's picked up by the Giants, and that'll be a try. Well, just the error from Andrew Bannister. And the Giants just jogging on the spot. Right place, right time.
I'm not. I don't reckon he's got everything he wanted on that ball either. He was right there on the spot. As soon as he took that, got the contact.
Well,
and it spilt.
Jermaine White, I don't know that he's touched the ball yet. I don't know that he's been on the field any longer than about 30 seconds. And that ball just sat there and he said, thank you very much. How easy's rugby league?
Exactly. That was good. Look, it's good positioning. Again, I don't think the kicker got all that he wanted on that ball. Maybe that's because he just had to take that standing under it and offensively right next to the catcher, and as soon as he got midst to it, the contact came, ball came out. Well, here's a pie. I'll have the one. Thank you very much.
It was a strange sort of kick. It looked like he almost kicked it straight across field, but again, perhaps the breeze playing a part. It landed almost pinpoint, and poor old Andrew Bannister made a meal of it. The conversion attempt is successful. We've got a ball game here as we have another look. Bannister coming back,
just there. So he's right there on him. I don't think he's expecting the contact.
Well, nothing wrong with the contact, I think.
No, absolutely. It's good positioning, isn't it? So, I mean, but again, that's what I was saying. I don't think the kicker got all the pitches he wanted on that ball.
Well, very interesting game here. 12 points to 6. We've it's always a key period. This last 8 or so minutes that we've got before half time. Because the Willagee Bears, they've been playing in the reserve grade competition, which I believe is less minutes, so perhaps playing out the full 8. I think it's 35s. Yeah. But that last 5 minutes of the halves, that might be a period where the Bears might struggle, particularly early in the season, as they get used to the full 80. We'll see if that comes to pass, as the Giants, they've willed themselves back into this game after a great start from the Bears, as Sheehan dummies to Martin. Martin's filthy. He was pouring into a hole as he saw it. Sheehan takes the tackle. The Bears again too long in the ruck. And that lack of discipline has hurt them through this second 20 minutes.
That's an easy one to fix, Donny, too, because you know immediately from the first whistle if the referee's going to be hot on that. So he's hot on it, so you just don't do it the rest of the day because you know you're going to get pinged.
The try scorer, White. They go to Sheehan. Sheehan out the back. It could have gone anywhere, but it's snatched out of the air by Brodie Dunn, and the Giants maintain possession.
Spider-Man fingers.
That's it. The Velcro grip on Brodie Dunn. They work down the short side. Dunn again. Goes to, this time to Haggerty. Now they come to the open side. Silata. And another penalty. High shot this time. And that pressure will continue. Coleman waits for his instructions. He gets them. Goes out now to Martin. Martin to Kingy. Kingy goes right to the line. Fires the long pass to White. And I think that might have been a forward pass.
Yeah, that was forward.
Oh, well, it's a penalty, so it's an obstruction with the Giants running in behind one of their own players. Good old-fashioned shepherd. The Bears let off the hook.
Well, we've played the last 10 minutes or so, I think, down this end. So now Bears just need to complete here. Take some pressure off. Because at one point they were in danger of going into half-time with the scores level, and you wouldn't have thought that 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
Oh, at different stages it looked like the Bears could have led 20-0 as they come up with an error. You said they must complete. They don't.
They don't. They open the door again. It's the third or fourth time they've opened the door inside their own territory. It's just the Giants just haven't walked through it yet.
Well, with 5 minutes until the break, we very well could find ourselves level in a matter of moments as we see Johnny Leota. He's a try scorer, almost scored two, dropping one over the line as well. Coming up with the error. Haggerty pulls out of a couple of tackles before eventually he's put down. Now Coleman short, flat ball to Silata. He's worked really hard as the number 10 for the Joondalup Giants. Now stepping, here's White. Jermaine White plays the ball back to Coleman. Sheehan, short ball. And another carry. They're from Silata. Coleman goes to Sheehan. You talk about blokes that have worked hard. Taurine Sheehan's been everywhere. But he hasn't been over the try line, not yet. It's Coleman fires it out to the left. Comes across now to Dunn. Dunn's pass hits the ground. No one really wants it. The Bears player, I think they're Karanavalu has kicked it into touch.
They just watched it go between them. Wasn't a great pass, but...
Well, this is going to be a Giants play the ball after Karanavalu kicked into touch from Willagee instead of just diving on the loose ball.
Again, I reckon this is the fifth opportunity they've given them.
There's heavy contact on Jermaine White. Bannister with a good shot. That turned underneath now to Andrews. Andrews standing in the tackle, trying to pull three of the Bears defenders. Plays it back to Coleman. Coleman to Dunn. Dunn. That one hits and goes up to Mills. Mills takes an intercept of sorts. Quick play the ball. On the back of that, they're going. Up over the 40-metre line. It looks like Gudgeon there at dummy half back on the field. Now they come across to Tierney. Tierney tipping that on. Bustling run. Wanting a penalty. Not getting any love from the referee there, Leota. Tierney puts a little chip over the top for himself. It's knocked backwards by the Giants. It'll be cleaned up by White. White's going to counter-attack. Beats the tackle of Bannister. And put down by McDermott. So now Keehee out of dummy half. Well, it's got a bit scrappy here towards the back end of this half. There are some tired bodies out there. Some more heavy contact from the Bears. Chasing that one across, Perry made a couple of big tackles there, but a quick play the ball, and Coleman looking to split them up the middle. Perry's had to make 3 tackles in a row there on tackle 5. Martin finds himself a dummy half. It goes to Sheehan for the bomb. He goes to the sky, and they take the catch there. Kelly goes to Karanavalu. Karanavalu beats 1, beats 2. He's beat a 3rd. He's beat a 4th. Karanavalu's still going. Gets the pass to Kelly. Kelly comes back infield. Dummies to Gudgeon. Kelly's still going himself. He might have bombed it, or he might go away and score it. Manfred Kelly! Manfred Kelly does the impossible as the Willagee Bears go coast to coast for a remarkable try right on half-time.
I don't think he realised what he'd just done. That smile on his face as he's planted that ball behind the sticks. He was like, how did I end up here? I don't know, Donnie. I saw it. I still don't know how he got there. Have a look at this.
Karanavalu to start with. He just kept making people miss. He had spiders on him. Gives it to Kelly. And Kelly looks up, takes on the fullback, beats him,
2,
doesn't
3.
give it there. And now just sets sail for the line. Takes on Davey Martin.
4.
Martin doesn't quite have the speed he used to. Doesn't make the tackle. White can't get him either. And the 5 and the 2, well, it's not too often you see those two numbers pass to each other, and it's a good thing, but that was amazing.
That was awesome. We could have seen the try of the year around too, Donnie. Wow.
Well, highlight reel play, and an important try too, right on half-time. Instead of a 6-point margin, potentially 12. And the siren for the break won't be too far away, because it's knocked over again. And that is the half-time siren, so 18 points to 6 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard. The Willagee Bears, they are up at half-time. Will they get their first win back in the top grade, Dave?
Well, if you remove, say, 20 minutes of that half, you'd suggest yes. I just as you took that ball, because I was waiting for the tackle to come, because I had something to say. That was the first defensive set that the Bears had actually completed without giving away a penalty in their own half for a good 10-12 minutes. So, and off the back of that, good completion, kept the Giants mostly inside their own area. The kick went up, and then the kick return was fantastic. So defensively, they were just clean. They were cleaner. They kept the pressure on, and that gave them the opportunity. So, again, I mentioned 5 or 6 minutes ago that we could have gone in 12 all, because the Bears just kept giving it away for some strange reason. So they've left the door open for the Giants. I think they've been the better of the first 40. If they can continue what they did in the first 10 and the last 3, I think we're looking at the first Bears win. Before we take a break, Donnie, and we might, if we've got some highlights around the grounds up at the NT, the top end, we're heading up there after this one as we see some of the highlights. I could tell you the Raiders have beaten the Bunnies 36-10. The Litchfield Bears have gone up against Northcliffe Dragons 30-22. And we will be going from here after this game to obviously the women's Premiership up in the NT up there. Double header, Donnie. We've got the Darwin brothers and the Northern Sharks, but I think it's time after that, especially that run. I think it's time that we have a bit of a break, get our breath back.
Absolutely. Well, it's got a big second half coming up, and looking forward to bringing it to you. We'll take a break, be back shortly. Well, g'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the second half for the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership Round 2 game between the Willagee Bears and the Joondalup Giants at half-time. It is the Bears leading 18 points to 6. The Giants at home looking for their first win of the season as well. They're going to have to come from behind if they're going to do it. Donnie Bell joined by Dave McRae. Dave, a massive 40 minutes for both teams in the context of their season, even though it is only round 2.
I think also if you're the Bears, you've started well, you want to maintain that, and if you're the Giants, you don't want the new upstarts coming to your own home patch and toweling you up. There would have been a fair bit to talk about during that break. Hopefully the Bears can continue on with that last set and just keep their head defensively. And as we say, a couple of good runs here, Donnie, first up for the Giants, and they just got to find some territory. That's not bad for an opening set.
A good start. They go to the sky. A kick that lands in no man's land. Davey Martin puts a second kick on it, but Gudgeon is awake and he goes back and cleans it up. But you went around the grounds for the Northern Territory, of course, around the grounds for Western Australia as well. The other games in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership, assuming that all these are up to date. But South Perth leading at the Fremantle Roosters 14 points to 8 in Treaty, and in North Beach, the Seagulls up 20-0 against the Rockingham Sharks. So the defending premiers looking to go 2-0.
He's gone early on that kick and it's gone dead. I'm hoping for some good things from the Lions this year. It could be, hopefully, Beach I think will be up there. But I'm hoping that South can find something. They've been a bit indifferent the last few years. And if the opening week's results ready to go by, and if they can maintain some structure out there at Rooster Park today, they could go 2-0 up. Well, have they left off? Have they started where they left off?
Yes, their discipline has been a big issue through that second 20 minutes of the opening half, and they've kicked off this second 40. Both teams getting through their opening sets, but now the Bears giving away a penalty. They won't want to tackle themselves into the ground and leave themselves nothing for the back end of this one. Inviting the Giants back into this contest perhaps. As Silata, probably the best Giant on the field in the opening 40, takes a good carry. A leg lifted and ripped around by Ryan Mills. Sheehan goes out to Martin. Martin, he loses the compass a little bit. Had a player that's standing in front of him that had just stopped in the line there, and Jermaine White. So has to submit in the tackle. Sheehan back to Martin. Martin to Dunn. Dunn, that hits the deck. Haggerty knocks on. It's picked up, and here go the counter-attacking Bears again. A grubber on the first play for Kelly. He wants to come back up with it. He wants to rip it away from River Coleman. Coleman says, that ball's mine, and I'll play it. Thank you very much. Well, there's plenty of attack on that right-hand side for the Bears, but maybe too much at times, where they try and score off every play.
I think they're trying to outrun them too. So he just managed to get his mitts on that. I thought he might have snatched it back, but locked it into his chest. Did well to maintain possession on that one.
Coleman too strong. Tiafati Kihi will play the ball. Over on the Giants' right-hand side of the field as Martin goes to Dunn. Dunn underneath the Silata. He makes the first man miss again. He makes the second man miss, and he gets all the way to the 10-metre line on 5. It goes to Sheehan. Sheehan steps off the right, throws a speculator to Davey Martin. Martin straight into the clutches of Gudgeon, and Gudgeon wasn't letting go.
Probably not the person you want to give the ball to in that circumstance.
Oh, a juggle there from the Bears as they almost heap further pressure upon themselves.
How old is Davey Martin now?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
I'm sure he's older than he looks, because he still. Oh, they've lost it. No.
And eventually they do make the mistake, and the Giants, they've got to turn this pressure into points. There's a signal to the referee there of a potential injury, but I think everyone's fine. Jaden Andrews is back to his feet. Doesn't appear to be any issue there. We get on with it. Torian Sheehan bouncing away from Thompson a couple of times. He ends up driven backwards. Now Salata. Picked up and smacked. Well, he's been hammered a couple of times. That was Gudgeon underneath. He's knocked the wind out of him. Done to Kingy. Kingy has the wind knocked out of him as well. Manfred Kelly jamming up out of the line. Haggerty. They go towards the middle. That hits the deck again. Going back, the Giants clean it up. There's been some heavy shots in this set from the Willagee Bears. Kihi gets out of dummy half. He puts a kick in behind. I don't know whether anybody was ready for it. And now it's Karanavalu again making players miss. Karanavalu again, a good return. Takes the tackle. He is really difficult to tackle. So Monu Karanavalu as Bannister. He makes a few miss himself. Kingy makes the shot on Bannister. We've got a couple of fullbacks that can really bang with the best of them. As Mills pulls out of a tackle, steps past another, he's looking for someone with speed. He gets it to going. Still going for a double.
Get on. I know their turn of foot has been good today, Donnie, but we don't have a stats person in the box. I'd really like to know how many missed tackles there have been. Because, I'm pretty sure they didn't cover themselves in butter before they went out there.
Yeah, there was some. A great run from Eli going. Let's give the credit there. But there was 3 or 4 Giants that had hold of him, and it was like they just decided to let go of him.
Maybe they're just enjoying the display like we are, Donnie. I don't know, but yeah, it's like tackling in 2 minds. You get in the position, you get your hands out, but then you don't close the deal.
One of the more difficult conversion attempts for Tamaho Tierney. The opening half, it's been all Joondalup. It's been all the Giants down their end. They have converted none of that into points. Willagee go up the other end and score straight away. Raises the flags once more. And it's 24 points to 6 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard.
I think at the moment, Donnie, we've spoken about their ill discipline defensively, the Bears, but when they've got ball in hand, they look better than Giants with ball in hand. They look like something's going to happen.
Yeah, it was a point I was going to make just on half-time that the Bears looked a better team. If they sort out their discipline, they probably win this one quite comfortably.
Quite easily, yeah.
But they started this second half. They haven't sorted that out, and they've still skipped out to an 18-point lead.
It's funny you mentioned as well, in the midway point of that first half, Bears obviously coming up from reserve grade, playing a 35-minute game as opposed to a 40, and what that'll do to affect them later in the game, later in the halves. We're only 10 minutes into this, and I reckon they're the ones that are showing a little bit of fatigue for me are the Giants. They don't look as fresh as they should be in mine.
We'll see how this goes a bit later on. We get some passionate calls in the crowd. It's the Bears.
Backwards. No, forward.
Come up with an error there eventually. Bounces around and gives the Giants another chance. Well, perhaps what it might do is it may force the Giants into playing a bit more footy. They've tried to play fairly structured. That hasn't really worked for them. Maybe they'll open up a little bit. And we'll see some really expansive attacking football as they try and play a bit of catch-up.
Well, that's what I was trying to lead into in the first half. The Bears want to move the ball around. They want to play a bit of razzle-dazzle. They want to be quick. They want to quick, fast play the ball. If your structures defensively aren't going to be able to manage that, then maybe you've got to bring something to your offensive game.
Well, they've certainly got some attacking weapons out there. We just have not seen the best of them so far. The Joondalup side is once again the rushing defence of the Bears just taking time away. McDermott plays it. Dummy from Sheehan. Sheehan goes out to Martin. Martin turning that one underneath. There to Andrews. He is driven backwards as well. Looks like a bit of cramp there from one of the Bears players. That's going to be play on. Coleman gets out of dummy half. He gets the pass now to Long. Long is chopped down low. Quick play the ball, although doesn't play the ball. Kicks it forward. River Coleman throws the ball away in disgust.
Yeah, there's not much else you can add to that, is there? Just, yeah.
Well, you can see the frustration. He found his front player around the legs, got the quick play the ball.
Oh, was there a foot? No, yeah. I think he's got
I think there was well, he's not stopping because there's a captain's challenge. No. We don't have that in Western Australia, but if we did,
yeah, it's got a point there.
They may have had some. Yeah. They may have got the decision go their way there. The Giants. I think it might have been a Bear's foot that kicked that one away, not the
rains at pause, I guess.
Certainly one that goes against them. Scudgeon to Karanavalu, skips, almost goes through. Well, I tell you what, Mitch Haggerty's he's a very good defensive centre, and he has been made to miss time and time and time again. He misses once more. It goes out to Kelly. That time he missed on Gudgeon. But that right-hand side is just exhilarating to watch. As now the Bears with Chan Boone running over the top of a couple, leaves a few in his wake. They work now towards this side of the field, and it's Tierney. Tierney steps past 1 and 2, pulls through another tackle bust to the list.
Jeez, Donnie, we need someone to record metres gained today. Seriously.
It's Leota, and the ball's come out.
Would that be the third or fourth turnover they've had within centimetres of the chalk? I think it probably is. That scoreline could be a lot worse.
It definitely could be. The Bears have gone mightily close on a number of occasions. And a last pass, or you're knocking the ball on over the line. And the Giants, well, they need something special to get themselves back into this game. And they need it pretty soon. Coleman gets into dummy half again. And another penalty against the Bears. Just the marker giving a little bit of a push. The referee didn't enjoy it. So they get another opportunity. And again, we don't have that stats man, but I'd be interested to know what the penalty count is. It's pretty heavily against the Willagee Bears.
It's double digits, I think.
Coleman again steps out. Short ball. Bang. And another powerful run from Silata. And a penalty.
Another one.
This time flopping in late. Here's Bond.
We got a spare whistle, we might need one. Sort of wear it out.
Oh, yeah. Mark Spud Carroll joking about taking the P out of the whistle every week on the New South Wales Cup coverage. Haggerty Play it back to Coleman. No foot, but we've all forgotten about that in the play of the ball. Wikiana. He plays it now. They come to the open side with Sheehan. Sheehan, it bounces off Davey Martin. He does the dipsy doodle trying to find where the ball is. And he finds that it's in the arms of the Willagee Bears as they again look to attack their way out of trouble. Through Tierney. Gudgeon sweeping around to the blind side. Looks to bounce out of one tackle. And the ball comes out. So another error as he remonstrates with himself there, Kynor Gudgeon. He just knows that he's put his team under pressure again.
Well, the scoreboard, they still got plenty of fat in the scoreboard, but I'm just thinking what this game would be like without the all of the penalties. We might need some throat lozenges, Donny.
one thing that
that was the case.
One thing that you certainly that impresses me, and it makes me look forward to the rest of this season for the Willagee Bears, is that they are only going to get better.
Oh, 100%. I mean, and they're not bad now.
Yeah,
I mean,
they've been very exciting.
They're playing awesome footy, very entertaining footy, attacking footy. It's just their discipline. Well, with both ball in hand. Oh, speaking of discipline.
Yeah. But even defensively, they've been very well organised defensively. There's not a lot that they've done wrong apart from giving away 23 penalties.
just mucking the ruck, flops, and I mean that's just silly stuff. And mentioned it before, if the referee's hot on it, he's going to be hot on it all day. The moment he blows his whistle for that first one, you just know he's going to blow it for the second, third, fourth, fifth. So just don't do it. And I don't think there's any need for it. I mean, at the moment they're playing their run and gun game, so they're quick with the play of the ball every time. Joondalup hasn't caught up, so they don't need to be doing that. They're not trying to stop that run with Joondalup because they don't. At the moment, Willagee has the legs. They have the speed.
Now the Bears trying to get out of their own end. Chop down low, but he gets up and goes again, Malako. Malako still going all the way up to the 40-metre line. He's got a tenuous grip on that ball, but he's held onto it. Joondalup are saying that he dropped it and they're all offside. They eventually get back and then get in to make the tackle. Camso jumps in a dummy half, and you heard the referee calling milking there. The Bears, they're praying for a penalty. That one might have got a touch there from the Giants. Olivia. Oh, should be 6 again. You can hear the screams from the sideline, but I don't think they've got that call from the referee. And again holding down for an eternity in the ruck, and this time they do give the penalty. You see Rungy Thompson pointing straight away to take the 2 points and blow this out to a 20-point margin.
Yeah, well, they didn't get the 6 again for that play out, but they got the penalty and right in front of the sticks as well.
Well, they're not going to take the 2.
I was about to say, Donny, just go this 4. They've been so good up to this point. Why not?
Well, Rungy Thompson, he gets overruled by the Bears captain. Let's see if that's the right decision. Outside, inside. And it's that man that got overruled that almost scores, but heavy contact, great shot from Kingy. A try saver. Camso hits the deck. Flick pass out the back to Bannister. Bannister has to come back infield. Caught high there. And the penalty is blown.
I was just about to say, if that one on that far edge earlier in the first half was going to be called, then that one had to be as well.
Gudgeon, he's just going to kick this into touch.
Actually, I think he's copped him on the chin there, so definitely a high hit there. It's called a use your weapon. Don't know who he's talking to from the crowd. Plenty of weapons out there.
Chan Boone Talking of weapons, right up against this left-hand post. Comes out, catch pass from Mills. Aliva.
Oh, he's got it. No. Good run.
Driven back into the field of play. Short pass. They try and barge over. They get in each other's way.
It's too hot.
Well, tried to be a little bit fancier than they needed to be there, the Bears.
Big boy, get it back.
And you see some more cramp, this time from the Giants. One of their players down on his back, stretching it out as we look to pack this scrum. He is now going to, now that he's worked out that it is just cramp, we don't stop the game for cramp and we get on with it.
Got to have claret.
You've got a duty of care unless you've got cramp, in which case we don't care. Get on with it.
Need some more pickles.
Now Coleman gets that pass out. Now turned underneath. The Giants just trying to get out of their own end with Sheehan. Crashing up towards the 40-metre line, but not really going anywhere in this set. They go back for the kick late in the count. Again, kept low. Sits up Karanavalu. Can the first man tackle him? He goes across field. The first two miss him. Can he beat a third? He does. Can't beat a fourth on this occasion, but another dangerous kick return from Karanavalu as Bannister out of dummy half. He's chopped down low. Plays it back to Gudgeon. You'd imagine he'll go himself as well. Goes short side. Back in behind the ruck. A slow play the ball. From Raperi. Now Chan Boone, the ball comes free. Going back to clean it up is Tierney. Chan Boone will take another carry. Gets back to where he had the ball only a moment ago. Comes back to Tierney for the kick. He'll test out the skies. Here comes Kelly. It's allowed to bounce. Oh! Kelly! That was a dangerous ball to leave to bounce. Manfred Kelly was charging through.
I think there was some lack of self-awareness there. Don't think they hit him coming.
Just pushed away from the marker and dropped the ball here, the Giants.
Shavers.
That sums it up.
If I had a pen and paper to record these, I think I'd run out of space on the page. It'd be going to the turning it over, I think. Still plenty of time left on it, but I don't know if we're going to see as many scoring opportunities. It definitely has slowed down. The Bears have definitely slowed down their second half.
Well, they certainly have. But, they've definitely got a bit of footy still in them. We'll see what they can put on here. Ryan Mills waits at first receiver. Goes out the back of one, looking for the intercept, and maybe doing a hammy at the same time there. I think that was Mitch Haggerty, who's reeled out of it. I don't know if it's cramp.
It's cramp again. Looks like cramp.
Hopefully it's just cramp and it's not a hammy.
Well, you would be stretching a hammy out if you done it like that. Oh, japers. That would hurt.
And that was after the call of held that Coleman rips that one free.
Another one.
Well, it's a penalty going to the Bears this time, though.
There is a lot of cramp out there, Donny, for a relatively benign autumn's day.
There were certainly some excuses in the heat last week. Less excuses here today, other than not quite doing enough work in the pre-season. Here's a powerful run from Araya Aliva'a. Now they come towards the middle. Good, quick exchange of passes.
Bang, bang,
and they
bang.
go straight through with Malachi Chan-Boon. Slams it down. That was beautiful rugby league from the Bears.
That was fantastic. Best passage of play in this second 40. You just hear those, look at this. You hear the balls as well, just higging them up. Bang. Like a car crash, all I could do was watch it happen. And the Bears are back. They're well on their way to their first win in 25.
Well, I think they've actually taken the try off them.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So an obstruction in the lead-up. So Chan-Boon, that one gets chalked off. So no try. So remains 24 points to 6 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard. As we see Haggerty limping from the field. So either severe cramp or it's more than cramp, but they were certainly stretching it out, which just suggests that it's cramp that's just not going away. The pickle juice, the magic spray, nothing has worked. So they're down a player as they come through the other side. A nice run here. Ripped down eventually there is Long. Well, coming back through the middle of the ruck, knocks him down again, but gets away with it. Martin goes across field, gets that one out to Dunn. Dunn goes back infield. He gets out of one tackle, spins out of another. Still going here is Brodie Dunn. Now Sheehan. Again hit well after he passed it. And another penalty. And I wonder if the perpetrator might sit down on this occasion, because that was quite late.
Yeah, there's the whistle. That was going to be my next comment. At what point does the referee say, well, we've had enough of this, fellas? And is he gone off the pocket?
Well, he hasn't called out Rungy Thompson. He's just having a word to Kainor. So perhaps the last warning there for the Bears. So now Salata spins around onto his front. And Marcus still does well to slow him down. Sheehan underneath to Martin. Martin is ragdolled and flung to the ground. And he's going to be slow to his feet here.
Felt that one. Fear for him up here.
Well, he's still down, Martin. Coleman.
Well, it's just about to say there's another one, surely.
And 10 in the bin.
Yeah, he has to go. That's cynical, that one.
There's not going to be a chance to have a chat here and talk his way out of it. I think it's Andrew Bannister that is on his way to the sin bin. Well, against 12 men, 18-point margin, 12 minutes to go. They'd have to score points at a rate of knots here, the Joondalup Giants. Let's see if they can start with one. There's Bullard. Flung backwards, throwing the arms around to try and get himself up. Martin, he's back up. He goes across to the right-hand side. White, though up against the touchline, does well just to stay in the field of play. Bears defence up to that task. Coleman, look to the outside, comes back to where the ball was played, gets it to Martin, to Sheehan. Sheehan just stops. And the two 13s come together. Thompson finishes him off. He pushes forward there, Sheehan, trying to milk one. Referee doesn't fall for it. Kingy out the back, and he's gone straight through. Brodie Dunn will run onto that at a rate of knots and scores the try to give the Giants a sniff.
Well, the tackler came in from last week, flew past him. As you see, it is just missed him. I tell you, if he got hit here, whoa! Oh, actually, maybe he was looking for the offload.
He's looking for the intercept.
He was too. He was looking for the. He was thinking the ball was going to come out to his left, or his right, I should say.
Well, important kick, not an easy one. They've got to go up in sixes. With the clock starting to really count against them. We haven't seen anybody miss as yet. This is one of the more difficult attempts of the day. Martin's about 6 metres in from touch. The breeze, as you can see with the trees behind, has died right down. Puts it up, it looks okay off the boot. It looks better than okay. It raises the flags. And it is 24 points to 6 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard. 2-score game.
Well, you don't know, do you, Donny? Given the amount of penalties they've been giving away deep inside.
Well, I mean, the amount of penalties they've given away has caused them to have to make a lot of tackles. They've done a lot of defence. That's gonna sap some energy.
Yeah.
That we've spoken a few times about a lot of players coming up from that reserve grade competition where they don't play the full 80 minutes. So there's a lot of factors that could see this one with a big comeback from the home side. I don't know that they deserve to be as close as they are, but they are, so they're a chance. Coleman out of dummy half is chopped down by the markers as they work hard. It's now Bullard. Looks to rumble forward and find his front, wants a quick play the ball on the last. They go for the kick. And it's with that try scorer done. He does nothing with it. And it's taken now. Aliva'a sprints away. And that should win the game for the Bears. Well, Brodie Dunn goes from hero to zero in a matter of seconds.
Donny Belt, you know what the best thing about that try was? That hair. That hair is fantastic. That is fantastic. It's the first time I've seen it in full flight. Look at that. Just straight into his guts, and he's just gone, pin the ears back, and look at those locks flowing. I feel inadequate looking at that, Donny, for a variety of reasons.
It is,
and he finished it off well with the tumble. I like it.
So it's a fair main. Oh. It's a very, very nice main.
Flowing locks.
I'm all of a sudden quite self-conscious about the thinning hair at the back of my head.
Yes, yes.
Well, Brodie Dunn, he scored the try to get the Giants back into it, and on the last play, tried to go a cute little kick. I think he was obviously trying to get a little bit more height than he got. Just kicked it straight into the bread basket of Jonathan Aliva'a, who sprinted away. He showed great speed. He
did, and I thought at one point he was going to get caught, but it was just, he looked like he was slow. He was fast. The chaser in the end ended up giving up at about 30 out because he was no way I was going to catch him. But he looked slow, but he was not slow. He was fast. He's got some toe on him.
Well, if we have a look at some of the other results, or other games going on around Western Australia, and the South Perth Lions look like they're going to give the Fremantle Roosters an 0-2 start to their season. They lead 30 points to 8.
Oh.
And the North Beach Sea Eagles with a big lead against the Rockingham Sharks, 40-6.
Early days, Donny, but I think, yeah, I haven't seen, obviously I'll interested in having a look at the tape, the Roosters and the Lions game, but I really want to see some better stuff out of the South Perth Lions this year. They've been wanting for a few years. It'd be good to have a bit of a north-south battle as well. Obviously the defending, it's gone out on the full.
It has gone out on the full.
When was the last time that the Roosters started the season 2-0?
Yeah, it's probably have to look back through the records. But
of course, there has been some change down there as well, so change in the leadership down there.
Has been, and I was having a bit of chat to new coach Dwayne Butler last week, and he was had his arm in a sling after Delane Edwards in a trial game. An intra-club trial game, ran at him and busted his shoulder.
I can imagine the conversations. Might have to send a message out to Delane. Say, mate, what have you done to your replacement?
Now the Bears, they look to add some salt into the wound. And now Karanavalu, well, he skips to the outside. It's not Haggerty on that side anymore. But Karanavalu has given headaches out there all day. Deserves a try, gets one.
They've just played expansive footy all day. Been happy to move the ball. Discipline, decision-making discipline. Some of these penalties they've given away were just silly, but I mean, ball handling's been okay. And again, just playing with a bit of flair and a bit of urgency, opening up the Giants.
Well, I think all season long that is going to be a threat, assuming they can keep that combination together. But if you can get early ball out to Simoni Karanavalu and Manfred Kelly, get those two isolated 2-on-2. You don't even need to create an overlap. 2-on-2. They're going to win that battle against most players in this competition. They are incredibly athletic, very skillful, very strong, and they've just made players miss all day.
And looks dangerous, and let's hope they don't. Let's hope the rest of the competition doesn't clip this particular conversation, Donny, and replay it back. But yeah, some real weapons out there on that edge, and some nice sprouts for the Bears. They'll be their first win of the season, and I think one of many this year. Like a challenge for top 4.
Well, the Giants look like they're going to have back-to-back heavy defeats. There's another conversion attempt is knocked over, and the Willagee Bears, they lead 36 points to 12 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard.
Here it is again.
Well, you see, White sort of trusts his inside man there in Jermaine White, trusts his centre, but he just didn't quite have the speed to close down that space.
And that's that clip there just shows the difference between athleticism and skill. I mean, he's just gone and dropped it like a hot pie. He didn't do much, but his athleticism to be able to move that ball and put the afterburners on, even on 3 steps, was enough. And that's, as you mentioned, Don, that's got to create some headaches for some opposition this year.
Certainly will. And Ryan Mills is with that error. One of those guys that really can't afford to make errors, because he can be pretty good on the chirp out there in the middle. So I'm sure whenever he makes a mistake, they let him know about it. As the Giants look to add some sort of respectability back to this scoreline. With Favell. Now Martin, short ball to Sheehan. Sheehan catches it, steps in the one motion. The defence still gets hold of him, and Coleman gets out a dummy half, burrows over the line. Has he got himself the consolation? Yes, the referee points to the spot. And a try to River Coleman. Well deserved. River's worked really hard out there for the Giants. A fairly soft try in the end, though, for the Giants.
Well, late points, I think. Well, points in general will be important. I think there may be a scramble in the back half of the season, so if you get keeping in touch with your opposition is going to be important. So every try should be valuable. You just mentioned there's a couple of blowouts as well in this round. So you want to close the gap, keep your point difference, your goal difference close.
I was just about to say you've got to have something to take into next week, but of course next week is 3 or 4 weeks away. We've got a 3-week break
it is too,
for the Western Australian competition after this round. Martin raises the flags once more, and it's 36 points to 18 on the Burson Auto Parts scoreboard here in the Cash Converters key game, as we have another look at the try to River Coleman. Because always, when the scoreline gets to this sort of area, it's always difficult to tell whether he has actually scored, because no celebration at all.
He straight from dummy half too. Just caught the defence off their game there. But you mentioned he has played well today. He deserved that try.
He's no Christian Tuapolotu, River Coleman. As that short kickoff, it does go 10. Then I think it hits one of the Bears players and goes out. So I think this will...
He's
interested to see what the touch judge says. He's saying it's going to be a Bears feed, so no touch from the Bears before it went out. Found touch from the kickoff after it had gone 10. They get the scrum feed.
No,
as the full-time siren sounds. We won't have any more play, and the Willagee Bears have their first win in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership of 2025, beating the Joondalup Giants 36 points to 18. A big win for the new team back in the top grade, Dave.
It's fantastic to see them back, like I said, Donnie. Great club, but a lot of work done on and off the field for a number of years now. Even the league themselves, the association, has put in some real hard work with local authorities, etc., the development of the ground, new facilities there. But they've been wanting to come back for a while. I mean, we saw them, it's 5 or 6 years ago now in the top flight. Wasn't great. They did struggle, but they've obviously done a fair bit of work in the lead up to building to this point. And I'll tell you what, they've competed today. And those areas that they didn't, they're easy fixes. They really are. So I think if you're the rest of the competition, you'll be watching this tape fairly intently, because they were impressive today. They've got the opportunity to be very, very strong, especially towards the back end of the season.
Yeah, they've put together a very, very solid, very competitive-looking team, and looking forward to next game is a home game at Weber Reserve for the Willagee Bears. It's not until the 3rd of May, so they've again got a bit of time to prepare for that. But taking on the North Beach Sea Eagles, which will certainly be no easy task with the way they've started, and it won't be any easier for the Giants.
That will be a great measure of where where this particular team is at, isn't it? Coming up against the Sea Eagles, who look like they're carrying on from where they left off last year.
And it won't be any easier for the Giants either. They'll be against the other unbeaten team after 2 games, the South Perth Lions at George Burnett. So that's round 3. The Lions 30-12 over Fremantle. North Beach 46-6 over Rockingham. The latest scorelines I've got there, I assume they're about full time as well. But here, it's the Willagee Bears beating the Joondalup Giants 36 points to 18. I don't think we've got much of a break before we'll be straight into the women's over up in the Northern Territory. Yep. So looking forward to that. Brothers against the Northern Sharks. We'll be back with that one shortly. G'day, ladies and gentlemen. It's game day. Here we are, round one of the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership at TRL Stadium. We've got Brothers up against the Northern Sharks. I'm Donnie Bell, joined by Dave McRae. It'll be Brothers to kick off, the Sharks to receive. It should be a cracker to kick-start season 2025, Dave.
Mate, it should be. I mean, it's been pumped up all week. The referee all mic'd up, and here we go. The opening round. TRL was up here last weekend, Donnie. I tell you what, fantastic venue this is. Beautiful stadium.
It's certainly a long time in the making. This complex has come together beautifully. And the Sharks with first use of the ball. So they work their way through the middle with Phillips. Phillips will play it back to Gunn. Now they shift out to the left. The ball hits the deck. Heo goes back to clean it up, but there has been the knock on. And Brothers will get an opportunity after this scrum win to go right on the attack inside the opening minute.
So this is the last game of the opening round of the women's. I'm just checking. I think we'll have I think I've got the...
There's some big scores in the other two games.
Yeah. So actually, I'm not going to repeat that because I think that is wrong. No, it's not.
Litchfield.
Yeah, Litchfield did a deal on Highcliffe 52 does zip, whereas and the Raiders gave the Bunnies a lesson 42-0. So looks like we've got the pick of the game. And the DABSCO, the men's premiership, of course, we've got the double header. That's coming up after this. We'll have to get an update on it, but Litchfield was 28 to Nightcliff 12 at half time. So hopefully they can give us an update on that. We'll get some updated scores there.
Well, an error there from Liana Nicky as Brothers with a play the ball mistake. Hand over possession.
It's a big couple of weekends for NT and WA footy. I didn't realise, Don, that the NRL are actually visiting Darwin the same day as they're visiting us here in WA.
There's certainly a bit going on. They're all over the place. I think they've got the NRL's a bit all over the shop, and a few teams that are on the road for a long period of time in the NRL. And not overly happy about it, but the people in Darwin will be really looking forward to it as we are in the West as well. As the Sharks look to use the ball, they go out towards this right-hand side, and into the backfield goes Phillips. Phillips looks infield and picks up Harley. Harley spinning in the tackle. He's flung down there eventually by Ellie Nicky. Now they work a short side. Comes across with the Sharks centre. Sitchef eventually sat down.
Slow from the play the ball.
They get to the kick from Fraser. Fraser puts it up, but bounces around awkwardly. Knocked on there on the ground, I think, by the Sharks, and that'll be the call from the referee. That'll be a handover.
It's a festival of footy, Donnie, as well. I mean, you know, you're a former Territorian, but they'll, from what I understand, they'll have all of their normal rounds of footy here at TRL on Saturday, and then literally you just walk across the road and you go watch some NRL. Well,
that's certainly the advantage of the new venue. They weren't playing there when I was in Darwin.
So the Brothers just made a mess of that.
Well, they've made a few errors, and there was an error early from the Sharks, but the one completed set we've seen was from the Sharks, and that's got them right up the other end of the field. If they can use the ball like they did in that last set, you'd imagine Brothers will have a bit of a time to keep them out. So the Sharks feed the scrum. Gunn doesn't pick it up at the base. They go all the way through the feet of the lock. Heo Good run, finds a front. We'll play it back to Gunn. Gunn goes to the left-hand side. A dummy. Eventually throws the pass on the second pump. Out to Cash in the centres. Gunn gets out a dummy half. Goes straight towards the try line. A little bit of a push there from the marker.
Oh, she's just lost the handle of that.
Well, yeah, they're ruling it against the Sharks, but that was one of those 50-50 ones. It was a little push from the Brothers player at marker, but they've gone against the Sharks on that occasion.
It wasn't a bad setup to that point. Just the call just to calm it down there. You saw on the side of the screen.
Brothers,
good run.
Straight from the scrum win, looking to attack. Nicky's put the ball down. Well, on play one.
Just like a hot potato. It wasn't much on there. I think she's done all the work here and then just dropped the pill. Yep. Maybe it was. I think she might have actually been trying an offload there. Referee mic'd up as well at TRL, which is great.
The Sharks gun goes deep. Back to Harley. Harley tips that on. Lloyd Phillips. And another mistake on play one. Well, neither team can keep a handle of it. There's still a bit of humidity around this time of year. Perhaps that playing a factor in the poor handling early in this one. As Brothers just trying to get through and complete a set. Fighting on the ground, wanting a penalty. I think she's holding there, the Brothers player.
Just not buying that one, the referee.
Aono eventually just told to play the ball. That was a good refereeing. That's a one-on-one strip from Harley.
Done. She wants to go.
Still gets up and goes again. Tanea Harley. Some heads-up footy. Now Cash. Cash runs into some solid contact from Nona. Now they come back to Fraser. Fraser tips that on.
Avoided the contact and driven backwards.
Well, I don't have a 24 on my list, so I'm not sure who that one is. Now Fraser. Fraser goes wide at a Mick. Mick goes out. Sitchef stands in the tackle. Put down by Duncan. They come back towards the middle. The pass a little bit behind Mick. Stands in the tackle, gets it back to Gunn. Now going across field, the Sharks, and then flung to the ground mercilessly there by Keats. And Keats has forced the error, and there'll be high fives all around. Morgan Keats shows some physicality.
Look, the first 8 minutes, Donny has been okay. Like, both teams wanted to run the ball. Ball handling letting them down. So full time in that last DABSCO Premiership game that we that just finished before this. So the Bears banged on another few points. Actually, they end up defeating the Dragons 46-12.
Oh, Cliff wouldn't have enjoyed that.
It's hot action, the DABSCO Premiership. Donny,
not the Tabasco Premiership.
No,
they're not a sponsor. We don't need to give them any more free plugs.
Yep, no, the community, the corporate community up here in Nente is doing some fantastic work, as we just see. Just staying down here from that contact. Yeah, doing some fantastic work up here in the community in Rugby League and supporting the great game. Massive, huge, ridiculously massive spread in the NT News as well this week. The lead up to the opening of the season.
Yeah, that's certainly one thing I'd love to see in Western Australia is the support that the NT News gives the local game is well, second to none.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Pretty much anywhere in the country. I don't think there's anywhere in the country who has a sort of local level competition that gets the level of support that NRLNT does. Nikki will play the ball.
Bang!
And there's another good, strong charge. Kernoth wants to play the ball. Getting out of dummy half goes Seaton. And the whistle's gone again. I think there's some concern here for one of the Sharks players.
I'll tell you what, it was hard contact. Contact. We see here on replay. Oh yeah. I think it's concerned about the head.
Does seem in a fair bit of pain.
Oh, she's getting up.
Trying to sit up now.
So just repeating those earlier scores. So in the Gatley Shield, it was the Raiders defeating South Darwin Rabbitohs 36-10. Litchfield Bears got one over the Nightcliff Dragons 30-22, and the Darwin Brothers, they took the point 16-8 against the Northern Sharks in the Gatley Shield. And as we mentioned, DABSCO Premiership, it was the Bears 46 defeated the Dragons.
And the Palmerston Raiders 46-6 over the Rabbitohs. In the other top grade game, was that game to come up, the last game of the day. These same two teams up against each other. It's 0-0 here on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard. Brothers and Sharks doing battle, because we'll be hoping that it's as close as it was in the Gatley Shield, 16 points to 8 in that one. Low scoring, tight throughout. We've got a bit of a delay still here. It's certainly some concern, but getting up off the ground now is the Sharks player.
Just had the stuffing knocked out of her, I think. So she'll come off and just get a test, make sure all her faculties are there, although she's
limping there, so
limping.
it's a lower leg issue, which surprises me. That wasn't the first fear.
Tell you what, Donnie, I like those. Those jerseys, they're fantastic.
I don't know exactly what it is that's on there that's sparkling, the
awesome.
sequin-like material,
like
but
that.
Dinamonte's just shining brightly. Love it. And now Brothers back on the attack with Liana Nicky. Plays that back to Seaton. Seaton goes out wide to Marty. They go wider still with Ransom. Ransom, that ball hits the deck and they get back and dive on it with Tomlins, but the whistle's gone again, and that must be the handover. Last tackle. The referee wasn't back 10 metres, so you've got to allow for the referee. He's got to run 20 metres. He's back 10 and got to run through that to get Brothers back on side as well. So we slow things down momentarily. Park, a dodgy play the ball, but gets away with it. Minhao goes down the short side. Wasn't anything on offer on that occasion. Nice timid little run there into Zoe Kernoth. Treads a little bit kinder on that occasion than last time she got hold of her. That's a good charge. Aisha Kay up near the halfway line. Skipping out of dummy half. Go the Sharks, get away from one, get away from two. Here's a nice little slippery run from the Sharks. We'll play it back to Humes. Humes fires it out to the left. It is the last tackle. The kick will come from Fraser.
Well taken.
That is nicely taken at the back.
Oh! Get that into you. That's a good way to pop a shoulder. I don't know what she was doing there.
There was no wrapping of the arms there.
It was no. It's just, they've both got to hip and shoulder each other. I don't know. Have a look at this again on replay. Just, oh gosh, jeepers.
You mentioned a car crash earlier, Dave, and I think we just saw the crash test dummies at play. That was ferocious. Heads rocking around everywhere.
Like they looked at each other and went, "Yep, okay, let's do it." just smashed each other.
Wow. Well, brothers getting the penalty and able to work it away from their own end. Almost
was there
popping the head through. There's going to be a knock on. It was a good run from Zoe Kernosh. She got through, looked outside and saw Morgan Keats. But Keats unable to handle it. She did get first touch on it. The defence was all over her. So good work there from Harley to force the error, but perhaps one that should have been held on to by brothers. Just struggling to complete their sets.
Both teams want to run it though, Don. It's just they just need to keep the ball in the hand.
We'll see if the Sharks can get through this set. They've probably looked the more dangerous of the two teams so far, although brothers incredibly powerful. Just haven't been able to keep a handle on it so far. Getting out of dummy half goes Humes. Humes will play this one back. Taking another run out of dummy half. Well, she's been very dangerous. I wish I knew the player's name. I've only got 1 to 20 on my list. I don't have a 21. There's a one-on-one strip there from Nona. But I think the referee is going to say there was 2 in the tackle, and I think he might be right. I'll have a look at the replay. Trying to take it. There's definitely a second in the tackle there.
Probably didn't need to be.
No, Liana Nicky just had hold of the arm. As that one hits the deck, brothers get across to it. Was there a knock-on before that from the Sharks? Because brothers got to the ball there on the ground. So I think it's going to go as a knock-on both ways. So it'll be brothers to feed the scrum. Kel Nona doing the job feeding. It's with Tamati. Tamati put down. Trying to, well, successfully milking a penalty there.
I was going to say.
Well, that was a basketball flop. I'd be surprised if she doesn't play basketball with the way she threw herself down then.
The opposing number just turned to the ref and went, "Really? Are you serious?"
There wasn't a hand on her. She just thrown herself back.
That's good.
It was like a scene from Fight Club with Ed Norton fighting himself. But brothers, they successfully get the penalty. Keats plays the ball. Good run here out of dummy half. Takes all the metres on offer. Now getting out of dummy half goes Vigona Ross, and Ross
offside.
Gets another penalty. Well, suddenly discipline coming into question for the Sharks. A couple of penalties in a row, although we did question the first one. Still not entirely sure. I can only assume where he's marked it, they must have been offside there, the Sharks. The touch judge helping out to retrieve the ball. No ball, boys, so good job there from the touch. He throws it in from the sideline. There's now Nona. She's got some real leg speed, Kel Nona. Can be hard to handle if she gets any space. Run out of dummy half. Plays it back to Keats. Keats goes to Tamati. Tamati goes right to the line, gets it to Kurnoth. Kurnoth battling towards the hole. Plays it again back to Tamati. Out. Now it comes to Nikki. Nikki goes a little wider. A chance now for Brothers towards the line. The ball is free. I think she might be just short.
Oh, hold on.
She's just short, is she?
No,
or she's going to point to the spot. It's a try to Brothers, Jenna Ransom. Well, I'd love to see the replay because I'm sure she came down short. I would question whether she held onto the ball, but it's been awarded.
We'll have a look again. The touchy was in a really good position. She had numbers on her left, which I thought she'd use, but she obviously thought, well, I could take this myself. Quick play the ball here. And again, good expanse here on that left. She could have gone again to her left, but no. I mean, comes inboard. Here we go. Or maybe she just got the chalk. It's hard to tell, but from this angle.
Enough on the white line for the referee's liking. It was very, very close. And Brothers get the benefit of the doubt going the way of the try scorer. And Ellie Nicky with the conversion attempt from out wide. Anna Ransom, the first try scorer in the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership in 2025.
Well, not a
good
bad
strike there from Nicky, but it's going to fall just short. And Brothers lead this one 4 points to 0 on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard.
See it again. Now see if you can pick this up at home. Just we can't see the ref from this angle to the assistant. Oh.
The ball was coming free.
He was, yeah, and maybe that's it because he's pointed it immediately to the spot. So he was confident. So maybe it's rolled forward, but the referee hasn't seen that. So
it was coming free, but might have just kept possession against a knee and touching a piece of the line. It's been awarded. It's on the scoreboard, and Brothers lead this one. 19 minutes gone. 4 points to 0. First points of 2025. And it's, well, again, we've talked a bit tonight in the earlier game here in Western Australia about not having that stats person, but I'd love to see the completion rates of Brothers, because I reckon that might be just about their first completed set and they score a try. So maybe there's something in that, I don't know. Well, here's a good run after the kickoff, returning that one, Ellie Nicky.
She's been in amongst it so far.
Stopping right at the line there, Brothers. Tomlins just stopped as she got to the defence and got dealt with accordingly. It's now Kurnoth. Runs with a smile on her face. It's Zoe Kurnoth. Brothers taking that forward with Aono. Will eventually be allowed to play it. She's standing right on top of the Sharks player and has to step to the side to play the ball. Ooh. Stepping to Muddy. Good tackle down low from Harley. Going to the line, Nona. Well, I've mentioned her speed already.
I hate that come off.
That was knocked on by Brothers. And the Sharks come up with the ball, but an important tackle from Charlize Lloyd-Phillips.
Non-completion there, Donnie.
Well, they almost got through a set, but the Sharks don't get through one either. They go sideways towards the sideline, and Brothers just help them out. They wanted to go out, and Brothers said, if that's the way you want to go, we can keep taking you in that direction. That suits us just fine. Seaton gets to dummy half. And a great attacking opportunity for Brothers to go back to back.
Bang.
Aono takes the first carry. Tomlins waits. She stopped at the line last time she ran. She runs through the line this time though and finds the front. Wants a quick play the ball. Seaton has to wait just a second as slows up. A nice little inside pass to Nikki. Nikki, the defence is good. She's facing the wrong direction at the moment, Ellie Nikki. Seaton lets the first runner go through. Tamati throws the long pass out to Nona, but there was a knock on, perhaps at dummy half or maybe on the ground there. That first pass down low. A little bobble. And the Sharks will get the ball.
They've looked the better of the two sides. We've played most of this 20-odd minutes inside this half. We just need to have clean hands.
Yeah, there was one little passage of play where the Sharks looked good, where they got through their first set and then had an opportunity where they looked sharp. So I think if they, both teams, I mean, I don't think we've seen the best of either of these two sides. I think whoever holds the ball might be able to do something with it.
It is round one. This is where you get your cobwebs out.
Absolutely.
Of course, those that are watching across the country and may not be residents of this great top end town, there are two seasons here. So this is the dry season. The wet season has just finished. So a lot of these girls, a lot of these athletes would have also played a different game. They tend to double up, as most female athletes do for some strange reason, Donnie. I struggle to, recover from one game, let alone playing three on a weekend. I don't understand how they can do that.
Now we've got the Sharks using the ball, some good ball movement, some dummy runs. Zerika Sitchev just wrestled down and held down a little bit too long for her liking. They get to their kick with Tallis Fraser. And it's put down by Brothers, so here is an opportunity coming. So we saw that completed set. It's finished with an error from Brothers, and now all of a sudden the Sharks go on the attack.
You haven't been down this way for a good 15 minutes or so. They haven't really had much opportunity with the ball, actually. They haven't really had much ball in hand. So,
well, I thought the one opportunity we did see with the Sharks down this end, they looked dangerous. They looked like they had some threats and are capable of putting on some points. So let's see if they can put it all together. With this opportunity, Fraser. Pass goes across to Harley. Harley goes wider to Hyo. Now they go all the way across. That last pass, I think, was forward. And again, just pushing the ball, an unnecessary pass on play one.
It didn't need to happen, did it? I mean, they had good expanse there. It was first tackle. Just, pushing that extra pass they don't need to. Again, it went forward and she didn't need to. She was mid-contact there, or mid-tackle, I should say. We'll just see here. So there's just no... And, so she was being dragged down. There was no need to pass that ball.
And, again, it comes a little bit with experience and it's early in the season. But even if the pass hits the mark, there were two or three Brothers players right there. It wasn't like it was a try-scoring opportunity. As we see Nona bursting through, almost comes out the other side. Harley has been really impressive defensively and has come up with some good tackles. There's another one.
Let's get the feeling.
Harley.
Get the feeling the Brothers look like they're hungry. They look like they want something. They want to make something happen every time they get the ball.
Hungry are their meat pies on the menu. A kick early in the count here. Chasing through, getting back and cleaning it up. Minyo catches a high one from Courtney Tamati, who chased her own kick, but
it was a good
two
chase.
of the more diminutive players come together.
To see it on the replay here, And she, look, to her credit, she was down a bit as well, so she did duck her head.
And it wasn't direct contact, it slipped up off the shoulder.
Yeah.
So certainly no malice in it. That's one thing you see a lot more in the women's game than you do in the men's, is the apology after a high shot rather than do you want to fight now?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I accidentally hit you in the head, now we should fight. Yeah.
It's
That's
not
what you get in the men's.
Yeah, they get the regardless of whether it be at community level, even at professional level. Get them put down.
Well, right on the siren. One of the Sharks players there is Missy Webb, just gets squashed in an enormous tackle from Zoe Kernoth, who's Kernoth's put on a few really good shots. That amongst them. And that is half time. And it is 4 points to 0. Brothers over the Northern Sharks here in round 1 of the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership.
Well, good first half. I think there's plenty to talk about at the break. I'd just like to see the Sharks get more possession deep in Brothers' territory and see what they could do with it. And I really want to see what the Brothers can do if they actually hold the ball.
Yeah.
If they hold the ball, I mean, they look like they've got some toe in them. They look like they could be some really exciting footy. If they could just break it open and just have some clean handling, we could be up for a good next 25. So what just take a quick break, and we'll
Absolutely.
we'll be back shortly.
Looking forward to seeing what happens in the second half. Well, g'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the second half of the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership. First half was a tight tussle throughout. Both teams just a little bit nervous getting into their work. 4 points to nil, Brothers lead at the break. I'm Donnie Bell, joined by Dave McRae. Dave, I think you were really impressed with what Brothers did, the power that they had. If they complete, do you think they go on and win this one comfortably?
Their run and carry, like they've got some time. They want to attack. Just keep your hands on the ball. And then, you know, it'll be a fantastic... Look, I think the Sharks haven't had a lot inside Brothers territory. I'd like to see them... Oh, I've lost it already. Is that a commentator's curse? Actually, technically, I wasn't speaking about the Brothers. So, but yeah, just keep the ball in hand. Because they clearly have got some runners in that team that want to run. As we just see that, oh, she's just taking her eyes off it. Yeah,
I don't think you can class that as a commentator's curse when you're mentioning that they just keep making mistakes and then they make a mistake. Yeah. That's just them showing exactly what you're talking about.
It seems like I'm going to say it's round one cobwebs. So, but yeah, clearly they do have some toe. They want to use it. The Sharks seemed a little bit more structured, although that was she did well to maintain that. Pass was left a little bit wanting.
This guy Cash straightens, almost going through the gap. Yana Ransom, the try scorer, was left clutching at thin air. So now the Sharks come across with Kay. Kay stands in the tackle, can't get an offload away though. Now a hit up with Phillips. Phillips bumps away from one, going sideways in the tackle of another. And the tackle made by Thompson. Skipping out a dummy half and going towards the line, but losing a grip on it and knocking it on. She looked up guiltily at the referee.
Well, I think she saw half a gap, tried to squeeze her way through it. Diminutive figure that she is. Picked out probably the two biggest, the two of the biggest in the Brothers lineup. Thought she could squeeze through and let go of the handle.
Well, now Brothers, and here is one player I've been very impressed with. Kel Nona. Seems like a player that could really break this game open. Ransom got the try and is struggling now towards the try line. Legs pumping. And had to get a third player in to finish that tackle off. Run out of dummy half, nowhere for Seaton to go. Now they work down the short side. Just a nice little crash play to get them through this set. Ferocious play the ball though it was from Keats. And Seaton looks across, they go to Iono. Iono's pass hits the deck. A bit of miscommunication. Eventually they put boot the ball. Well, do you call that a completed set? It was ugly at the end.
Technically you do. I think there was just, they were having a conversation about who would pick that up, but you know, smart thinking, quick thinking, put on the boot, and they've got something out of it.
Minhyo saw a little bit of space to that right-hand side there, Erika Sitchev, and went across that way, but Brothers adjusted accordingly. There's some more heavy contact.
There's been plenty of that, Don.
Yes,
plenty of heavy contact.
There has been.
There'll be some good clips to go socials this weekend, I tell you.
Well, Jasmine Mick and
she's immediately blown the time off there.
In a fair bit of pain as she's come down.
Is that wind or is it?
Well, I thought there might have been like a hint of a hip drop here.
Yeah,
just drops the hip straight down onto a leg.
I don't know if it was deliberate, but yeah, Ow.
Certainly a size difference between the two players. So no time off
no time
at
off
this
there,
level.
okay.
So the clock continues to roll. But there's certainly some concern here for Jasmine Mick, who has stayed down on the ground.
So that'd be ankle and or knee.
Well, the sheer pain caused her to drop the ball immediately, and I think that might be the insult to the injury, is that the fact that it's not going to be a penalty, it will be the knock on. Just checking the
ankle, yeah.
The leg. She's pointing to the area where the pain
that bit
still exists.
It still hurts.
Just checking range of motion. So it might have been, that sharp pain that goes shooting through your body.
Ankles are strange things too, Don, having, played semi-contact sport.
Semi-contact sports.
Well, I'm not going to...
Other people contacted you.
Contacted me repeatedly. Ankles are a strange thing because you can get a good stinger on them, and it feels like it hurts, but you could you run it out. I'll put some ice on that. So sometimes
I feel like ankles and shoulders quite similar in that respect, where it feels like the end of the world, and then
and it's
20 minutes later it's okay.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Sometimes it's almost worse to come off. Sometimes a bit of movement in it.
The fact that she's walking off, not being carried off, that's good signs that it's not going to be anything long term or structural. Brothers will get the scrum feed after the error. And able to run a long way after the scrum win. Been impressed by some of the work of Morgan Keats. And again, just drawing in 2 and 3, and will eventually be told to play it. Can't get it to the ground. A great run there, Iono. And another run on the back of that. And the Sharks just at 6s and 7s never got back onside.
That quick ball, that quick play of the ball, just fragmenting the defence. And as you mentioned, Donnie, like the tackle before that, 3 or 4 of them to get it down. And then you've just got gaps, the structure's all down.
The hit woman, Zoe Kernoth, doing it with the ball. We've seen her do plenty without it. And, well, there's a great run. Hitting a good line is Luta. Not a name that we've said very much. Gloriana Luta. They go from dummy half. They dive over. And that'll be a try. Ellie Nicky has been heavily involved in this game. And after the great run from Luta, just, again, the Sharks 6s and 7s, and Brothers finding bodies everywhere and diving over to score their second try.
It's like a bit of chaos footy, Donny. You know what I mean? It's just the Sharks just appear, and I did notice early in that first half, I assume it was their captain, just trying to tell the team to just calm down, build some structure. The Brothers, they just want to run and gun. They just want a bit of chaos, and it's as you mentioned 2 or 3 times, the 6s and 7s that they're finding, they're putting the Sharks' defensive structure in place. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
So two different styles of footy, and when it comes together, you mentioned before we came to this second half, if they can just keep that ball in hand, it's going to be a great half for the Brothers.
Well, another failed conversion attempt. Not quite as good a strike as the first one. The one from out wide was a ripper.
Same kicker? No, I think it was a different kicker. Good crowd in tonight too.
Leaves Brothers with 8 shots yet to score for the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership here.
Well, at 8 points to nothing.
Not sure who's on the blower there, Donny. It's not Mr. Crow. I thought Mr. Crow would be on the blower.
Not the Penguin.
No.
So I actually did see a post, something about somebody being the MC for the night. I think it's on the NRL NT Facebook page that I was looking through when I was doing a bit of research, but I can't quite recall the name, as Sharks get us back underway. They've got a bit of a mountain to climb now. His brothers, well, they managed to secure possession from that kickoff. Once again, we've talked about when they complete their sets, they're going to be hard to stop, and their power game is really coming to the fore now. Zoe Kernoff, again, leaving another one in a wake, allowed to run from dummy half there, Matilda Seaton.
Again, straight from dummy half again, and again.
And Ellie Nicky does the same, holds the ball out in two hands, and now they look to use the ball and show some of their skill. Now it's Liana Nicky trying to jump onto the score sheet as well. Tamati, the pass hits the deck, picked up by Ransom. Should be forced to play it. Tamati puts the little kick in behind. The fullback with a job to do, wants a nice bounce, doesn't quite get it. Going to do well just to... And a one-on-one strip from Nona! Reaches out and slams it down! Well, it wasn't the fast legs and the evasiveness. It was just the heads-up play from Kel Nona that gets her on the score sheet.
Like a thief in the night. And she did well here. Shrugs out of that. And then, hi, I'll just have that, thanks. And she's just looked behind her and thought, oh no. She did all the work to keep it in the field of play, and then just lost it.
Well, again,
I don't think there's much like it. It was a great steal, but you know.
No, there's not much you can do about it. But I just like to once again acknowledge the referee. I don't think referees get enough credit that in those one-on-one strips there was a player that had fallen off. There was another player that was very close to putting hands on. Yeah. But there was only one in the tackle, and he's correctly adjudicated that and awarded the try. So well done to the referee as well.
Yeah, look, the game here up in the NT gets some great love from the referees because we don't have as many numbers as we need up here. So we do have a lot of travelling refs. And, I mean, you know this, Don. You spent a bit of time with whistle in your mouth as well. It is a thankless job quite often. So, you know, and you do it as a bit of a bit of love to the game. So to jump on a plane and come and do it in another state, or sorry, territory, as Tony Crow would say, kudos to them. So they're supporting the game here up at the top end, which is fantastic.
Very, very good to see. There's the Sharks bringing this one back to the middle. And Brothers, well, they've raced out to a 12-0 lead on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard. And it has been a good second half as they start to control the ball more. Their power running game has caused the Sharks all sorts of problems, although Sky Cash looks to get one back there on Keats.
There's plenty of run.
Luta put down there as it comes across to Nicky. One of the try scorers diving over from dummy half after a good run from Luta, but not quite so lucky that time as Seaton gets out of dummy half. Wants a quick play, the ball gets it. Nicky's going to put boot to ball. Goes down and knocked backwards there. He goes back into her own in goal here. Park to pick it up and gets back into the field of play. So they get the ball in hand, but right down the other end of the park. And Min Yo goes through. Does she have the wheels? Ransom comes across and great cover defence, forcing the error after the great run. Well, what a tackle that was on Min Yo. And she's in some pain. Got fairly well hammered in this tackle.
Oh, she was in mid-offload too. So great timing on the tackle as well. Referee Sean Chapman, Don, is from Queensland.
Yeah, I was looking at his shirt and thinking that it was a QRL symbol on the shirt.
Yep, from Queensland. And supported by his touchies Yo Morris has this for a name. Yo Morris. Yo Morris. I like that. Yo Morris from. He's a local Territorian.
She's been up there for a long time, and a big part of the South Darwin Rabbitohs.
And Jonathan Nichols from Victoria as well. So we've got three states and territories repped in this game today. And the MC is Axel from 97.7 FM. He's taken over the duties from one Tony Crow.
Well, it's good they've got a professional with the microphone in hand, because the amount of times
the Penguin
when he was in Western Australia and I got told not to allow him to have the microphone.
I miss the Toblerones. I miss the tack. Can you please get off the Toblerones? But it won't be the first time we mentioned Tony Crow tonight, Donny, because we've got a little stitch up for him later on the tonight. We might show that just before we lead into the DABSCO Premiership game. Bit of stitch up from last night.
Well, this is staying on the field, so still rubbing at the neck.
Yeah, she's done well,
but staying on the park for her team to try and help them back into this contest. She made the line break, but then had the error. His brothers looking to put this one away. Gillett plays it back to Seaton. Seaton goes across. The ball hits the deck. It's still going backwards. It's all backwards. That one's kicked through eventually from Sitchef, and the whistle has blown. Eventually the whistle comes on. And it looks like it's going to be a scrum feed for Brothers. So it was all backwards from Brothers. There must have been a knock on there in that challenge. Yeah, because that's the only place that I can see where we were blindsided, and the referee had a better view of it. So Brothers, it was sloppy play, but they get another chance to do it again, because they'll get the ball back from the scrum win. It's Nona again. It's a step off the left, and Straighten plays it back to Seaton. Seaton out of dummy half. Looked infield, didn't have the runner that she wanted, so just has to take the tackle. We'll play it back to Tamati. Tamati at dummy half. Comes across now with Nikki. Now it's the other Nikki. Ellie Nikki looking for a double, had the arms free.
She thought about it.
It was Liana and Ellie combining. Dummy on the outside. The defence closes down the hole that Zoe Kernoth thought she could get through. Seaton dives from dummy half, and some more really good defence. I think that might be Megan Crawford with that try saver. Comes back, they're going to put the kick through, and great hands! Looks up, no one in front! She's pinned the ears back! Look at the look on the face, she is struggling all the way! Jamie Park, she pulls up for the last 20 metres and runs away to give us a real ball game, almost runs into the post!
I don't think she realised she had more than I think she thought she had. She had plenty of time. She was gone. The first 5 minutes, she was gone. They weren't going to catch her.
Well,
just the ears came back, and then bang like a shotgun. They lost her right there. They weren't going to catch her.
She's looking around. Looked momentarily over at the cover.
They weren't going to catch her.
And then just didn't look again until that moment, and thought, I'm home. And what she's right at the end. There's a post there.
she was so concerned with being run down, which she didn't realise which side of the post she was on.
Well, I mean, it makes this a real ball game. The conversion attempt's going to be from right in front, so they should knock this one over.
Game on.
Rakisha Humes from right in front has taken it back.
Fair way,
about 20 metres for the kick.
I bet she wants that again.
She stubbed a toe before she kicked it, I think, and waved away. So that could really be important at the back end of this one. 12 points to 4 on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard.
See it again.
Just the 2 grabs on it as well.
Yeah.
So she has one look here. Caesar is a player chasing there. Doesn't look again.
Doesn't look, yeah. I mean, she wasn't going to get caught till about here.
There.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm done.
Says, I've got 45 metres.
Yeah, I think she was just concentrating on the patch of green in front of her. So it's like, I'm going.
Well, I've got to say, that's what I always tell my kids. When they're running, they're always so concerned where everyone else is. It's like you could have won the race if you weren't looking around so much.
Don't look.
Well, they've probably left themselves too much to do now with that failed conversion attempt. But suddenly a bit of a spring in the step at the Northern Sharks. And something for them to take into next week, perhaps. And here they are, struggling up over the halfway line.
Still going.
Still going.
She's falling over.
Eventually hits the ground after pulling 3 of 2 tacklers. Well, they didn't. Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
I mean, I think silence does sometimes tell you everything you need to know about a play.
Yeah. She's gone, chocolate sauce. She's put
Well, this one, there's not too much longer left. I think we've got about 3 minutes left on the clock, by my count. Before we do head into the DABSCO Premiership fixture between these two sides. There's brothers to Nona. Again, some nice play from Courtney Tamati. Again, steps out of dummy half, drops one backwards. It's put on the boot there by the Sharks, and chasing through is Sky Cash. Cash needed a bounce, it doesn't sit up. She just dives on the ball, but they've got it in decent field position. Suddenly, some of the speed of the Sharks is coming to the fore. Although no organisation there, so just have to take the run out of dummy half. Lloyd Phillips now jumps into that role. Dummies to the blind side, goes to the open, and it's put down.
Right in front of the sticks.
Emma McIntyre with the error. And it's been, a bit of the story of the night of the Northern Sharks. And both teams have made their fair share of errors, but you'd have to say brothers in this second half. They cut those errors out for a period of time, and they got out to that 12-0 lead.
Yeah, we said it, and leading into the halftime break, if they just kept their handle on the ball, they're going to be tough. But then I reckon the Sharks have probably played better in this half than they did in the first as well.
Yeah, as we've said a few times, round one, nerves have blown out some of the cobwebs, some of the rust has been washed away, and both teams look like they could be in for decent seasons in 2025. As brothers, both these sides working towards the full-time siren now, as Nona steps out of dummy half, pulls away from one, pass around the corner to Tamati. She goes straight, though, into the clutches of Sky Cash. So into the final minute. Morgan takes it forward. Morgan Keats put down onto her back. Good defence. Grace Bailey. The pass, that's done really well to hold. That's Zoe Kernoff.
Spidey hands again.
Yeah, that super grip they spray on their hands. Sloppy play the ball. Tamati, though, will be allowed to put the kick in. Goes down, allowed to bounce, could go anywhere. I think that's knocked on there, though, by brothers.
There you go, good comms from ref.
Tamika Thompson with the error. And we're not going to see too much more play. This will be certainly the last set. Eventually, Tallis Fraser plays the ball. Taking the hit up is Crawford. And loses a grip on the ball. It comes free.
She just did enough on that, just to loosen her grip. And now I think We might have stopped the clock in the first half because we were. I think there might actually be a few minutes to play, Don. I think they do play 30-minute halves. I think we had a big injury in the first, which probably we stopped the clock for, which we shouldn't have. Same in WA game, man. We don't stop the clock for the injuries. I think our clock might be a little bit out.
Well, we did have a big injury in this half.
Yep. So it could be between 7 or 8 minutes to play, I think.
Well, still might be a little while left. We're not exactly sure.
5 minutes. There we go.
5 to go.
Thank you, tech team.
Is what we're getting from the ground. A slow play of the ball, so a chance for further points here for Brothers. Very slow play of the ball. Eventually, it does get back underway and able to run a long way is Zoe Kernoff. Kernoff struggles towards the line. Desperately pulled down from behind. Now they go towards the line. Aono.
Half the team there.
Aono still standing. Will eventually be allowed to play it. There's got to be space somewhere. Can they find it? Tamati dummies on the outside. And great defence again from Harley. Eventually does get all the way. Comes across now to Ransom. Ransom gets it across to Keats. And Keats dives over. Well, they just kept turning up. And eventually the Northern Sharks run out of defenders.
I don't think there was anything more the Sharks could have done there. They threw everything at it. Good expansive play, good moving of the ball. Again, it took, half the team from that first hit-up tackle. As you mentioned, there would have been gaps somewhere, and eventually they just broke. I don't think there's much more they could have done there.
Well, that one, even with the extra time on the clock, that will almost certainly be enough to wrap it up for Brothers. They've been the better team, deserved the victory, but they've had to work hard for it. Morgan Keats getting that try. A nice little post-try celebration in there as well.
It's been some good tries. Been some good highlights to spread around on the socials this week.
Well, ironically, probably the most entertaining of the tries came from the Northern Sharks, the Jamie Park try. Another conversion attempt that is waved away, and it's 16 points to 4. Brothers over the Sharks on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard. We have another look at the try. Morgan Keats, just the beneficiary of multiple pieces of second phase play from her teammates. Because I'm not sure if they still go by the moniker, but when the women's competition first started up in Darwin, the Brothers women's team were known as the Sisters.
Oh, I would like that. It should be the Sisters.
I'm not sure if they still go by that moniker, but officially they are the Darwin Brothers.
Oh,
that's the club.
Somewhat similar here in WA. There's a big touch team in WA, or touch club I should say, called the Brothers, the Perth Brothers, and they're really dominant in the female game as well. Couple of names that you'd be familiar with, like the likes of Kaylee Thompson and etc. And Macy Simpkins also playing for Brothers, but they don't call themselves the Sisters. I've often wondered why, don't you? Perth Sisters, Perth Brothers. They've got to go well.
Not happy with the setup of the scrum here, the referee. Was happier with that one. I'm sure you all saw the difference. It's a little seatbelt tackle there, just over the shoulder of Hio. Plays the ball. It's now the Sharks looking to put something on to add some respectability to the scoreline. Bailey plays the ball. They go out towards the right-hand side. Stepping back inside now, Sitchef. Not far away from the line. Mingio in at dummy half. She's only looking towards the try line at the moment. Was always going to go. That was She never even looked to the left or to the right to anybody to pass the ball to. She was always running from dummy half. Brothers handled that reasonably easily. Well, they try and set things up. Walsh.
Bang.
Walsh is flung around. Well, she has been the hit woman, Zoe Kernoth. She adds another one into her sights as that kick goes straight across field.
Oh,
Got Cash out here with a bit of speed.
Yeah,
Cash
right
gets out
time.
wider, and Jamie Park has a double.
That one
Didn't have to run quite as fast.
Yeah, probably 2 steps maybe. right on the buzzer.
Well, I think they deserve that. I mean,
Yeah.
they've.
I thought they definitely played better. In fact, both sides played better in this second half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry,
she did the little steps there, but she was actually trying to slow herself down the whole time, not speed herself up like the first try. Plants it down and gets a name on the score sheet twice.
Referee just having a laugh.
Talis Fraser will take the attempt from the sideline. I don't think she has a great deal of confidence.
I don't think it'll make a difference, but you know.
She's laughing even before she has to go.
Yeah, referee's confident. Referee says she'll nail it.
Backing her in. Fraser moves in. And waved away. So the full-time scoreline is Brothers beating the Northern Sharks 16 points to 8 on the Tru-Flow Services scoreboard. A good performance from Brothers, a good win to start their season, but plenty for the Sharks to take out of it too.
Yeah, again, their second half I thought was very good. There was a couple of handling errors. We spoke about that from both sides in the first half. They just need to clean up, but a bit of cobwebs. I think there's a fair bit to talk about and lead into round 2. The Sharks can. We mentioned in the earlier WA game, it's how you finish. So, they looked. We had the best. We had the pick of the game as well. So I think there's some really good things to come from both of these sides. So I really want to see more of the Brothers this year. I think they've got some fantastic runners in there, and they all seem really keen. Want to play exciting footy, and the Sharks, I think it took them 30 minutes to get their structure going. When they did, I thought they were hitting their straps, and maybe an extra 5-10 minutes, you never know what would happen.
Yeah, well, I think you hit the nail on the head by saying we had the pick of the 3 games. The other 2 games, a combined score of 100-0.
Yeah.
Litchfield 52-0 over Nightcliff, and Palmerston 48-0 over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. And this one, Brothers 16-8, had to work hard to beat the Northern Sharks. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the DABSCO Premiership in a few minutes' time. See you then.
Well, welcome back to TRL Stadium here in the fantastic top end. It's round one, the DABSCO Premiership. The last of 3 games. 3 games back to back across 2, well, 1 state and 1 territory. I got in trouble for saying that the other day, Donny. It's not 2 states, it's 1 state and 1 territory. It's the Brothers and the Sharks again. We've just saw the Brothers take out the points against the Sharks earlier. Now it's the last game of the night and the big one. Premiership game. Now I did have something to show Don. I don't think we're going to have time. We'll have to show it at half time.
Well,
so,
it doesn't look like the other team's out on the field yet, so you might have a little bit of time.
Let's try and run it. We'll just cue up the director here. Can we get got this video? So this happened last night in the Gatley Shield. So if we play this clip here. So on the mic was Tony Crow, and he's called the game off. So the ball's gone out. Just have a look at this here. This is 1 tackle because the siren's gone. So they've only got 1 tackle. The time is off. Have a look at this kick. 22 comes through here. I don't know how he's taken that in the between his shoulder and his neck or whatever. But Tony Crow said the game was over, and then they've scored possibly the try of the year in extra time. And then he had to get on the blower again and then say, well, no, now the game is over and this is the score. So fantastic work up there by our camera people as well. I know, I think it was Geordie on the camera. Well done there. We caught what is a fantastic try that's doing the rounds on socials, lighting it up.
The camera operator didn't go to sleep like TC on the mic.
We're underway here.
It's the Northern Sharks. I keep going to call them the University Sharks. It shows you how long it's been since I've been involved in rugby league in the Northern Territory.
I can tell you, Donny, your reputation still precedes you up there. So you mentioned the name of Donny Bell, and everyone knows who you are. So you've left a big impact up there, which is great.
Well, I'm sure it's no good things that anybody's saying about me.
I left that open to see if you'd walk through it, but no, there are plenty of good things to say about you up there, mate. And I'm sure they'll all enjoy you on the tones, calling the Tru-Flow and the DABSCO Premiership.
Oh, Matt. Put down there for Brothers as they look to get through their first set. Come out to this left-hand side. It's put down by Northam. He spills the ball. And the Sharks come up with it through Pearson. Matt Mallard takes the next hit up there for the Sharks. McPherson put down. Good tackle there, Caleb Nicky. Now they go out to the left-hand side with the Sharks. Laban, he had a couple of unmarked players outside him, but they wrapped up the ball. He couldn't get it there. They still go down that left-hand side, finding a little bit of space with Hitchcock. Hitchcock put down. It will play it back to Collie. Collie goes down the blind side again. It opens up. Oh. And dragged down from behind. Desperate tackle. Tackle 5. Flinging in the tackle there. Collie trying to play it quicker than he was allowed to. The bomb going across field. It's taken! And a try to the Sharks! I think it might be Cooper Field that's come down with it. It's just landed in his lap. He can't believe his luck. And the Sharks score 2 minutes in.
Speaking about can't believing someone's luck, Donny, it's only round 1, and I reckon we've seen 2 of the best tries for a long time, possibly. This is a fantastic effort. Great kick, eyes on the ball the whole time. Bang. Fantastic kick, well weighted, right in the hot zone.
I don't know if we've got any cricket umpires, but I reckon there might have been an edge on that.
Yeah, possibly. Yep.
Just a little nick off the hand, and he's still taking the catch. The 2 sevens competing for it, Cooper Field and Dallas Colton. And it's Cooper Field that gets first points in the battle of the sevens. The Sharks will play from in front. Because a couple of games earlier in the DABSCO Premiership, Palmerston Raiders 46 points to 6 over the South Darwin Rabbitohs, and Litchfield 46-12 over the Nightcliff Dragons. So a couple of big winners earlier in round 1. Trying to convert his own try here, Field. to give the Sharks what is the perfect start. Moves in, raises the flags. And it is 6 points to 0 on the DABSCO scoreboard.
Good attacking play too. Keen to run it with the Sharks. And again, eyes totally on the ball as well. He's the two just in front of him. The brothers defender and his teammate just past them, I think, were too worried about themselves. In the end, the only player that kept his eyes on it was the one that took it and scored the first opener of the season.
See the runner, one job. All he's got to do is have the tee there ready when he's required, but had to be reminded and sprint out to the middle with it.
So, yes, literally is one job, isn't it?
So now the Sharks with a big carry back.
Coming in like a freight train.
Jacob McCarthy.
Oh, he wants to go quick too.
And a quick play the ball. Jacob Colley. He's already had a good run out of dummy half. He has another one there. Put down by Northam. Another carry here for McPherson. Jordan McPherson driven backwards. Play it back to Colley. Colley goes the flat pass. It's been a good set after point so far. They need to put the finishing touches on it. Oh. They look to go out wide, looking to use the ball. Ends up with Hitchcock. He's a lump of a lad, Luke Hitchcock. Out in the centres, looks like he's going to be hard to handle. They get to their kick after points, and it's put down. Well, Albert Rubu, I believe he's on debut.
I've noticed there's a couple of debutants today.
Couple on the bench. I think he's the only one in the starting lineup.
Yep. He'll rue that one. That won't be on his highlights reel.
No.
But it was a pretty good kick, actually. As he's kicked it across himself, what do you call across the ball? So it's going to be a tumbling, wobbly ball. So he did, however, find himself in not a very good position. I don't think he read the flight on it very well. Had to reach in front of himself to take it, put himself off balance and didn't get patches on it.
Well, a great chance now for the Sharks to further extend their lead. The lock forward didn't realise he was supposed to pick that up. Turns that underneath. Now another
still going.
Powerful run from McCarthy. He's had a couple of really good charges. Colley gets into dummy half. He goes himself. There's a knock on though from McCarthy.
Just heard that one.
Well, brothers, they need to get themselves into this game at the moment. It's been all the Sharks.
They appear to be a bit pedestrian at the moment, just watching what's going on. At the moment, it's just the Sharks dictating all the play and the brothers just sitting back and sort of having to react rather than trying to dictate it themselves.
Here's a man that might be able to lift them, the experienced Daniel Good. And I say experienced because I think he was an experienced player when I was up there playing, and that was 15 years ago. So,
well,
he's been around a long time, Goody.
If that's true, Donnie, he looks pretty good. It's a lot better than me.
He's certainly still in good nick, good enough to be playing in the DABSCO Premiership. Always plays with plenty of fire.
Crunch.
Heavy contact. Jordan McPherson in there amongst others. They get to the kick. Making good ground to it there, the Sharks, but they pick him up and take him into touch. Well, he might not have had a great first involvement, Albert Rubu, but he gets that one and gets all the congratulations from his teammates. They come from all over the field to give him a pat on the back. He made the mistake with his first touch, but there he takes a player into touch and basically gets his side a repeat set.
He's done well.
Well, this is one of the better opportunities that brothers have had. Coombs plays the ball. Hop and a step from Armat. Driven backwards. Ball's come free. Just the knock on is the call.
One step forward, 2 steps backwards at the moment.
Well, we saw it a little bit in the women's game, the number of mistakes that were made early in tackle counts, and that's a real killer. You don't get a chance to add any sort of pressure to the game, to the opposition, to the defence.
So there is time off. We've got to just check in on this one. So there is time off in the DABSCO Premiership. Play on the deck there, just getting some treatment.
Because the Brothers players making some complaints that because he was injured there must have been something untoward in the tackle. He's stretching out the neck and shoulder area, but it looks like he's going to stay out on the field. I think that's Aaron Pollard. Still looks in a bit of pain, but I'm sure the training staff will keep an eye on him in the next few minutes to make sure he's okay. He's still not quite right, but he's hoping that he can run it out and continue. But we're back underway.
We've been told, Donnie, not to mention the NRL scores because I'm assuming there's a few people that go home and watch them, so we won't ruin that for you.
Well, there's only one NRL score that I know, so
yeah, we won't talk about that one.
We've been a little bit busy with other things, not paying too much attention to NRL scores.
Well, this is where the action is. Referee for this game is Paul DeVere, and he's ably supported by Jordan Riddle and Jason Woodman. And there's apparently, I don't know whether you are aware of this, if you know Jordan Riddle, he's better known as Uncle Turbo.
I don't know that one.
He's a mad Manly fan. We won't hold that against him.
They've got the penalty for hand on the ball, and the Sharks will go on the attack. To keep an eye out for Uncle Turbo and see what involvement he has in the game.
I did have a chuckle when I read that mad Manly fan. I'm like, do you need to write the mad bit? Because if you're a Manly fan, aren't you mad just to begin with?
Yeah.
Apologies to all the Manly fans out there.
No, everyone hates them. They know it. It's a badge of honour for them, really.
It is, yes.
Hall will eventually be allowed to play it to Colley. Goes across to McCarthy.
Oh.
McCarthy steps off the right. Bounces out of one. Crawls towards the line, and again he's only a metre or two short. Gets a quick enough play the ball. The pass comes across. Short ball. Trying to hit the hole there.
Has he lost that?
Banzero's, he's put it down, and there's high fives all around for the Brothers defenders.
Did well to keep him out. Oh. Yeah, he's lost the handle.
It was really good defence. Jared Northam, Aaron Pollard involved. Pollard was down just a moment ago with that neck/shoulder issue. So he's recovered and made a try-saving tackle on the Sharks fullback who was hitting a hole at speed off the right shoulder of Cooper Field. They keep their line intact, and it's still the Sharks leading just 6 points to 0 on the DABSCO scoreboard. They're pushing the scrum.
They've done it. I tell you what, they've
you
made
love
a meal
to
of
see
that.
it. You love to see a push in the scrum.
You don't see enough of it, though.
No, you don't. Which is a bit of a surprise tactic.
Driven backwards.
Well, they're trying to really impose themselves physically on Brothers.
Oh,
and there's some more really high contact. Heads rocking, sweat flying. Brothers still with the ball, but they are making heavy weather of getting out of their own end. They're just outside their 20 now. They thought about a shift out to the left hand, out to their right hand side, but come back infield and tackled in the middle of the park. They're going to need a monster boot, or maybe not. A little chip over the top, a little bit of heads-up play, but the knock on.
It didn't sit. Oh, I tell you what. The unpredictability of our oval-shaped ball did him in there because it landed right in front of him. Watch this. He's just tinkied this up the top, and it's just landed. It's landed in the right spot, but it gone the wrong way.
Well, if he didn't get a hand on it, they might have still ended up with the ball. But of course, your instinct is you're kicking for yourself. You hit, sticks his hand out, knocks it on. Yep. And
so Sharks doing a number on the currently first 13 minutes doing a number on the defending premiers.
We're right on top physically. They're only up 6 points to 0 though. They've got to be able to turn it into points because it feels like they should be leading by more. And there's a nice short ball, but well read. And I think the pass called forward as well from McCarthy.
Yeah, well done.
Well, he's done some really good things defensively, Jared Northam. He had the try saver just a moment ago, and here he is again jamming in and just hitting Jordan McPherson was absolutely everything.
We'll just show this on super slow mo, so we get the sweat from the brow coming up.
And here's the forward pass. I think the forward pass is the correct call.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So it read really well.
Well, it was great because McCarthy drew in two defenders, so there should have been a gap, but it's just very well read by Northam to close that down.
I just feel like the brothers are just trying everything they can at the moment to get some territory, some great defensive sets from the Sharks. Just another one, just driven backwards, been given nothing, although he does get a few more yards. Quick line speed.
Yeah, they're just right up in their face. They're right giving them no space to breathe. You wouldn't want to be claustrophobic if you're a Brothers player because the Sharks are closing down every bit of space around them. Brothers are doing well to hang on at the moment. It's again, the score's only 6-0. It feels like the Sharks are well on top, but one moment, one of those little chip over the top plays or something comes off for Brothers and all of a sudden they're level and a bit of doubt starts to creep into the minds of the Northern Sharks players.
Oh, another solid contact.
Well, this time it's come the other way. That's Trent Kernoff just putting a good shot on. So Brothers now trying to turn up the heat a little bit. Goes from Sailor. Sailor goes out a little wider. And that was the last tackle. That was a nothing play on the final play. Thomas Laban just dives with the ball. And Brothers, for the first time in the last 5 or 6 minutes, get it in decent field position, but they knock it on play one.
Oh, well.
Well, they've got them backpedaling here, the Sharks. Laban plays the ball. Sally now underneath goes McPherson. McPherson's driven backwards, so good defence from Brothers. They continue to drive him back and eventually give the penalty away.
He called hell about 3 days ago.
Yeah, it's often a tough one as you're driving them backwards.
And you can't just your momentum's in there, your weight's in there, you're forward.
I do sometimes wonder as a referee, can you just bring him forward to play it on the mark? As a player, it's quite difficult to hear that and stop your momentum. But you're right, he did call it probably 3 days in advance and he maybe carried on a little bit too long.
Yeah.
What it is, though, is another great opportunity for the Northern Sharks. Pass comes across to Sailor. Sailor almost put that on the foot there of Good, but Comes across. They're going to put the kick through. They've got a bit of space out here, but it just runs into touch. I don't think that was the last. It was an interesting sort of kick.
I think it was the fourth. Yeah, I think he saw some overlap here on the far edge, but probably a little bit too much. It's probably a little bit shallow through the kick as well. Went across rather than deep.
Interesting play and not well executed. So
let off.
Well, they're survivors, brothers. You talk about the defending premiers. They have that title for a reason. You've got to feel they're going to be a team that's got a fair bit of resilience, and they're needing all of it in this opening 20 minutes or so. 18 minutes gone. Now run out of dummy half from Nicky. Join us, Nicky. Now they come towards the middle of the park on that 40-metre line. They get to their kick, trying to hit the body of the ball and make it a difficult catch, but it's taken pretty well there by Banzaro. Dangerous player if you don't come at him with a straight line. Good work from marker there from Dallas Colton. So now with Field. Field gets that one on. And slow play the ball from McPherson. Standing almost still there, Verstig. Out onto the park. Steps off the left. We'll play it back to Collie. Well, they've just settled into a bit of a rhythm now, these two teams. Coming forward and taking it. That's Antonio James
Jumped
up
into
above
the
them.
Sky. Just landed about now.
He was cleared for takeoff. It's now Rubu. Rubu fighting on the ground. He wanted a penalty, didn't get one. Perhaps a high shot that time on Northam. Again, some squeals from the crowd. You can hear them starting to make some noise. Willing brothers back into this contest.
The natives are getting restless, Donny.
Nicky out of dummy half. He holds one off with the right arm, but can't get the ball away, and he's tackled again on last play. Well, we've seen that a couple of times. We saw it from the Sharks. Now we've seen it from Brothers.
When we're hearing the ref, I don't know whether he's... You can't really blame the ref. His tackle counts aren't as loud as some other refs, but still, you should know how many tackles you've got left in you.
Yeah, and that comes down to your halves. Your halves have got to take control of those situations and be making sure that whoever's at dummy half knows that you are giving the ball to me. There is no opportunity to run.
Oh.
Well, there's a great run here from the Sharks. Hitchcock almost going through. He looks likely, Luke Hitchcock, on that left-hand side for the Sharks. Here's the try scorer, Cooper Field, going across field. He dummied to the first one. Wasn't fallen for. Brothers put him to the ground. Now a hit up from Tommy Young. Standing in wait there. Colling puts the kick, and they put the kick through.
Oh, he's gone again!
He's gone again! Antonio James.
Oh, fantastic.
He loves getting up above them. And he's taken a couple of rippers.
Thought that would have impressed the crowd. A good crowd in tonight, but I thought that would have got them off their seats.
Well, they've got to be happy with the work the custodian is doing. So now the outside backs coming in to take a little bit of pressure off the forwards. Ball's been in play for quite a period of time here. Talk about that it's fallen into a rhythm, but it's exhausting for the players when you get into this back and forth through the middle third of the field. Looking for the sideline, takes a right angle turn. Where was that kicked from? Was he outside the 40?
I didn't hear the call. Well, they're talking about it.
Outside the 40, it's going to be Sharks ball. You can see the the moment of terror from Bailey Benzaro as he saw it turn towards the sideline because he wasn't sure where it was kicked from either.
No, not a 40-20.
Well, that would have been a massive moment if it was. 22 and a half minutes gone.
Oh.
And Brothers, well, they've really worked their way into this game. It was...
Oh, they've done it's significantly, it is an arm wrestle right now.
It was all the Sharks the opening 15 minutes, and they were only able to come away with the 6 points. But they're well and truly back in this contest. Clutching at the face here at the moment is Jacob McCarthy. He goes back down after playing the ball. Here's a good run from Adam Hall. Hall flicks it out the back, and suddenly the Sharks are into the backfield. Stumbling his way through now is Tommy Gunn. He's put down in the tackle by Connor Williams. Williams does well to slow down that ruck. A quick play of the ball might have been deadly. And now they get to tackle 5. So it'll come back to Field. Field's going to put the kick on, but he was under some pressure. It goes straight down to James. And Antonio James will be able to bring it back. Well, after that break, it all sort of broke down for the Northern Sharks. And now, Brothers bringing it out of their end. Hasn't been a lot of clean breaks. We saw one just there.
We've only gone 24 minutes, Dom, but the last 6-7 minutes, it's going to be exhausting footy. Don't get me wrong, entertaining, but they're going to run out of something soon.
Well, again, round 1, and it seems the ring rust has worn off pretty quickly because they're well and truly into their work here at TRL Stadium. Benzaro perched underneath that one, steps away, a broken chasing line from Brothers. And just getting across there, Aaron Kernoth to shut him down because he was almost away. Now Hitchcock. Just a settling carry. Now Mallard comes in to get the Sharks up towards halfway. No one at marker, so they take off from dummy half. A run from Colling. They've thrown it out to this right-hand side. The call was numbers, but I don't think there was much doing. It ends up with Field. Field, nothing in front of him. He's wrestled backwards. They go down a short side. Again, not too much doing. I think there's a knock on in there, and the referee has found one.
And that would be the first stoppage we've had for...
Well, the touch judge is in. Touch judge has seen something.
Was that it there? That might have been it there. Let's see if we can pick this up on comm. Possibly not.
Nope. I'm not sure. Maybe Uncle Turbo putting his stamp on it. Not sure
that
exactly which.
That is Uncle Turbo. That is Was it the late flop? Knee, I think, into back of head.
Animated discussion going on here. Aaron Kernoth, I don't think he's pleased with the way this decision is going to go. It's going to be a penalty to the Northern Sharks.
Oh, okay.
The swinging arm that came into the tackle is the signal from the referee. The Sharks will find the sideline and will go on the attack. Mallard takes the tap. They go across to Gunn. Gunn will play it back to Colley. Goes towards the middle. Field turns that one underneath to a fast running Salia. Salia plays the ball. A short pass. Interchange there from the front rowers. and they combine to barge over Jacob McCarthy to Adam Hall, and Hall, too big, too strong. The Sharks get their second.
It was a really good build-up too. Couple of good offloads here.
You just overread there from Caleb. Nicky just ran up past the ball, and that left the space in front of Adam Hall for him to run into. And the Sharks, well, they were certainly the better team for the opening 15 minutes. Brothers worked really hard to get themselves back at parity. With one opportunity, and they
well, it was that penalty, wasn't it? That was the first stoppage we had.
It's certainly been the last 15 minutes have been
frenetic.
Yes,
hard hits.
High skill, high class, like really, really good footy. A conversion attempt, Cooper Field. Converted his own try. Shouldn't have too many problems with this one.
Got it.
Raises the flags, and the Northern Sharks, they lead 12 points to 0 on the DABSCO scoreboard. We have another look at this try, and McCarthy's been really good. Just he's been powerful, and there he shows a bit of ball playing skills. Matt unable to stop Adam Hall in that sort of one-on-one situation. Carries him over the line, slams it down. We've got 11 minutes until the break. It's a big passage of play. Just trying to find where he was going to run at there. It's not exactly one of the biggest front rowers bringing it back. Trying to find someone a little smaller to run at. Here's another man that's worked very hard, Jordan McPherson. And here he goes, McCarthy. Well, we saw the soft skills. Now we see the hard skills. A 25-metre carry there from Jacob McCarthy. On the back of that goes his front row partner in Adam Hall. Well, there's one of the best 1-2 punches in the game. Now they go back for the kick. Steadying underneath, drop backwards this time from Antonio James. He's taken some absolute screamers, that one with no pressure. And he puts it down. Luckily for Brothers, drops it backwards.
Not enough pressure.
He thrives under pressure. James jumps into dummy half. Good contact. Salia. Now Rubu, his second carry of this set. Williams goes to Armat. Williams again waiting. Little kick across field, interesting. I don't know whether Rubu knew much about it there, the winger. If he had held his width, again an inventive sort of kick, right? It's not in any playbook.
No,
they're not kicking for corners and trying to force errors.
They're looking to try and make something happen. We're already gone 30 minutes, Donny.
It's certainly flown by. So we get closer to half time, and this is always a very important period. You think if Sharks score another one or two here before the break, and it's just about game over, go the other way, and we could go into halftime locked up. So a massive period of play. See who might wilt down the back end of this half. The Sharks turning it on right now. Play the ball from Hitchcock. Comes now to Salia. He looked outside, takes the tackle though. Out the back of Verstig. Field goes to the sky. Takes that one. Does James. Again, had his body well positioned so that if he did drop it, it was going to go backwards. So he's got those little technique issues spot on. Hayden Riggs sort of lumbers out of dummy half and somehow gets a penalty. That's horrible discipline from the Sharks. There was nothing happening. No reason to be offside there.
No, not at all. Just advance them up the ground a bit.
James finds touch. Because, well, they've got a decent crowd there, but none of the kids want to earn a hot dog and a drink.
No. I've got a youngster who likes to do a bit of ball bullying, but I'm not sure he can afford the flight.
Well, that was another strip, so penalty.
Well, 7 odd minutes. Can they take advantage here and narrow some of this gap?
Well, we saw the Sharks turn a penalty into a try. Can Brothers do the same?
Again, really quick line speed defensively, giving them nothing right in the grill.
Having to work hard to get across to that there, Williams. He only just got there in time. Didn't know what the play was, so takes it himself and drops it. Well, the energy, the intent is right there from Connor Williams. He gets into dummy half, he takes a scurry, he wants a quick play the ball, he's trying to play it quickly, gets to his feet, but just doesn't allow enough time for the players to clear the ruck.
I feel like there's a bit of mirroring going on here with the women's game. So, admittedly, the scores were a little bit different and probably the gap was a bit reversed, but the brother sisters, same thing. Just handle the ball. Keep handling the ball. Keep your mitts on it, and then you might actually, make use of that territory and those sets you're getting and get further up the ground.
Comes out now to Hitchcock. Good defence there from Good and Riggs. A couple of good rigs too, I'm sure.
I was going through the team list, Tony. I'll tell you, I'm glad you're doing play-by-play, because I'll tell you what, there was a lot in there I could use. There's some guns, there's some rigs. I'll tell you what, I'd be having a field day.
Dummies on the inside, goes out. Field goes to the outside. A chance now for Pearson. But he's put down. Northern making the tackle. Field into dummy half. The pass.
It was on last, but still.
Well, you expect better service from you when your 7 gets into dummy half. You think it's going to be a good pass, but that was not. Just put Sailor under too much pressure.
Sharks have given the brothers a fair bit. They've given a fair good look in the last few minutes. Bang. I want to take advantage of some of this.
Well, Brothers, an opportunity for them to score some points here before the break. And again, it just sort of breaks down. Williams didn't have a call on his outside, had to go himself. Kind of just jogged towards the defensive line.
Offside again?
Yep.
Again, no need for it.
No.
They keep giving him a look in.
Yeah. Brothers just had nothing going on, no communication, there's no organisation. And the Sharks are just inviting them to come a little bit closer. Well, come a little closer and see if you can attack better there.
Come at me, bro. What are you going to do? Oh, good ball. Oh, deja vu all over again.
Lancaster Mara puts it down.
Now, what's the rule here?
Will it be ruled no advantage? Looks like he's walking back in the general direction of that first knock on.
Yep.
Always one that's... 'cause you don't know what the ruling's going to be.
That's where you lose it there. So that's once he makes that pass for me, that's the advantage done.
Yeah, it's not rugby union advantage where
That's
it goes
right.
for 25
That's
minutes.
exactly right. Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
If you try and take the opportunity,
100%.
then you've lost the advantage.
He's just lost the handle on it. He's just dropped it like a bag of flour. So that should have been played on there. So
again, different referees will interpret that differently, so you never quite know which way it's going to go, but it goes the way of the Sharks.
I don't mind that, Don. It leaves you something to talk about.
Keep
the creativity up. I like it.
But a lot of people want all the rules to be black and white. I think that the beauty of rugby league is in the grey.
Interpretation. That's where you get the characters. If I'm being brutally honest, I think we're missing one or two characters at the highest level at the moment. We've had a couple in the past. I don't think we've got as many characters as we used to blowing the whistle.
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
I know that.
There's another great run.
Great run. Oh, he's still going.
He is just impossible to handle, McCarthy. The ball comes free at the end of it, though. That is a commentator's curse.
That certainly is. And he gets a pat back from the 18. He did all the work. And you know what? That for me was like, bro, that was an awesome run. Unlucky. So, yeah. That was for me. That was acknowledging how well you've done there, mate. Just unlucky. And then it's just come out there. Yeah.
Well, I don't know that brothers quite have the energy in this last 90 seconds to put some points on. Look to use the ball. Daniel Good just didn't quite get out wide enough, didn't hold his width, so Antonio James ran out of room, ran out of support. Now Nicky struggling in that tackle, wants to be allowed to play it. Some of his supporters on the sideline wanted him to be able to play it quicker as well. Mara plays it back to Williams. Williams running the hard crash line. Just got to dummy half in time, Williams. Tackle 5.
I tell you what, Don, their discipline, the Sharks' discipline, again, quick line speed, but their discipline and holding the line at the same time, very good.
Well, they couldn't get a result on that final play, and you'd think that should be enough to see the Sharks into this halftime break with that 12-0 lead. So long as they don't cough it up here in these next couple of tackles. Just get through the set, put it down the other end. And we'll head to the sheds for a breather. It has been an absorbing opening 40.
You can see a few in the backfield, their hands on their knees already. They are sucking in the air.
And Sailor, he's perhaps not quite thinking about half-time just yet, although there is the siren, so we'll have to think about it now. And the Sharks, a good opening half. They probably could have led by more. I think they dominated large passages of that half. They go in with a lead, and they've kept their line intact. They lead 12 points to 0 at half-time.
Well, they've come in with a plan and a purpose against the defending Premier, and for a point there, I reckon the brothers didn't know what to do. I mean, they caught them on the hop. It is a bruising game. It is a physical game, a draining game, but they've managed to hold their own. I really want to see what happens in the next 40. Can they keep it up for another 40? There's plenty to talk about. We've got a couple of debutants across both teams as well. I just hope it continues on. I want to see this continue on in the second. I want to see the brothers come back, and I want to see hard punch and bruising footy.
Well, high quality opening 40. We'll be back with the second half shortly. Well, g'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to TRL Stadium for a big second half of this round one clash between Brothers and the Northern Sharks. It is the Sharks leading the defending premiers 12 points to 0 at half time. Brothers will kick off to get us back underway. I'm Donnie Bell, joined by Dave McRae. Massive second 40 coming up.
Huge second 40, and hoping it continues the way the first half finished, because it was hard running, hard hitting, bone breaking footy, and I hope both teams have got the stamina to keep it up.
Well, we start with Adam Hall, one of the two try scorers, takes the first hit up. And they follow it up with the lock forward.
Oh, what's he done?
Just
lost it.
Comes up with an error, and there's high fives for Cairo Ahmat.
I'm not sure he did much. Did he do anything? Or was it just...
I just think he dropped it. I don't think Ahmat had too much to do
that's
with
what
it.
I'm saying. I don't think he did anything.
He's over the top.
What? Oh.
I reckon that's maybe a little bit of a harsh call against Salia.
I'm assuming it came from the touchy.
It was not the cleanest of grips, but I
Uncle Turbo. He's on the other side now.
I would have been happy if he let that go.
Yeah, I know. I don't really think there was much there.
Either way, Brothers do have an opportunity to get themselves back in the hunt. Down 12 points to 0 at half time. They finished with some chances. Met there and put away Albert Rubu. Sold down a river by Jared Northam. Northam gets out a dummy half and then comes up with the error, but ruled to have been stripped. So another penalty. Brothers having a couple of things go their way to start this second 40. And that's a pretty easy one for the referee, I would think. Goes against Sam Pearson. They tap and go, and we're back underway. Run now for Mao. They go towards the middle. Backwards is the call. I don't know that it was, but that's the call.
He's just there to clean it up. Stuck the mid out. I'll get you, bro.
So Pollard plays it. Brothers with the short ball from Kernoth.
Read that like a book.
Yeah, they saw that coming. He did telegraph it a little bit though, Trent Kernoth. Now outside, inside. Kernoth tries to make up for it by barging over. Inside pass from Aaron Kernoth. Now it's with Aaron Kernoth again. He's flung over.
Karate Kid his backside.
Well, that was a judo flip. Now they work to the left-hand side. Dummies goes, slides over.
From nothing.
Well, easy as you like from Dallas Colton. And Brothers are on the board.
I like a dummy try. Just a bit of this to the left. No, I'll have a bit of this right in front. Here we go on the replay. Have that. Nah, I'll have this instead. Bang, thank you.
You're just overread a little bit there by Bailey Banzaro.
You do like them when they come off, though, don't you, Don? You're just like, yeah, just dummy there, and I'll reel you in. Yep, got you on. Pull you into the boat, and there's my big catch. Thank you very much.
There he snaffled one there. Bailey Banzaro was just sliding across, slid off his man a little bit too soon, and Dallas Colton, he couldn't believe his luck. Right near the try line, no one in front of him, just dives over. Thank you very much. 12-4 kick to come. Brothers 3 minutes in to the second half, and they are well and truly back in it. And it's a little bit of synergy with what happened in the first 40. It was only a couple of minutes in that a bomb landed on the lap of the 7 for the Sharks. And a couple of minutes into the second half, it's a show and go from his opposite number. It's Dallas Colton. Scores, and a chance for Caleb Nicky to convert, to make it a 6-point ball game. Puts his hair back in the ponytail.
What is it with these these very good rugby league players, and they're flowing locks, Donny? I already feel inadequate when I watch them.
Nice movement in, but waved away. So it's 12 points to 4 on the DABSCO scoreboard in favour of the Sharks over Brothers.
Just over 5 minutes into the second half here for the DABSCO.
Now we have the Sharks needing to come up with a response, coming back to halfway. Cooperfield to kick off. Just had a couple of calls go against them there as well. It'd be interesting to see how they respond. So much of any sport is won and lost upstairs. If you let that get to you.
I think the refereeing's been fantastic. The 2 games we've seen.
It certainly has been. Again, some more heavy contact. Jacob Colley over the top of Armat. Now Pollard.
Even the reffing in the WA game, if you were to go Premiership, there was a lot of asked of our friend with the whistle that in the Joondalup and the Willagee game. Surprised he didn't run out of puff, the amount of penalties he had to blow. You got to be real. You've done it before, Don, and I would suggest this measures you up really well. You got to be patient to be a referee, don't you? You got to be patient. You got to, you know.
You do.
True. You got to be sure of yourself.
Well,
even when you make a wrong decision, you got to be completely sure.
Absolutely.
I'm completely sure that was the wrong decision. I'll stick by it.
Oh, there's definitely sometimes as a referee where you definitely are guessing,
Yep.
and you'll have players come up and tell you got it wrong. It's like, well, maybe I did, but that's my decision. We move on. But, the Sharks, after the mistake from Brothers, a chance for them to go on the attack. Samika Saylor, play it back. Goes with Field, inside pass to McCarthy. Handled well on that occasion. He's been a real handful. Still throws a player off and gets a good quick play the ball. And doesn't he love running off the back of McCarthy, Adam Hall?
I'm loving it. It's fantastic. Oh, nice
Floater
dish.
goes over. Takes on the fullback. Is he big enough? Is he strong enough? They get 5 Brothers players in there to push him back into the field of play. Luke Hitchcock. The pass goes across the field. Field puts it up. Is it too deep? It's knocked backwards in the field of play, but dribbles over the dead ball line. Who's it off? The referee points to a goal line dropout, so it's a knock-on from Brothers. And a repeat set coming for the Sharks.
There you go. Referee, don't argue with me. You don't win any arguments with a referee, I can tell you that.
Or captain's challenge. No. he definitely...
No, he's bringing him over.
He definitely is challenging him.
So he's called time off. He's going to bring him over and say, listen here, I'm the man with the whistle.
Aaron Kernoth comes over as the captain. Trent Kernoth is the player that's had a few words to say.
I like that from a referee. You call it early. I'm the person with the whistle. You're the one with the boots.
And I think they're going to get another go at this dropout.
Yeah, well,
he hadn't blown the whistle.
No, yeah, I found that a bit weird. They all ran before he blew the whistle.
We've had a little bit of a stoppage. Everyone's had a bit of a chat. Tell you, it works out well for Brothers. They get a nice little breather before they have to defend their try line. So they get something out of it, even though they don't get the decision go the way they wanted. Taken well by McCarthy.
Dang.
He picks out his target and Kernoth. And the 2 big front rowers come together. God, you got to love rugby league.
Oh, this is a cracking game. Great way to open the season.
There's another heavy shot. Kernoth again involved. He's fired up. Saylor, short ball. It doesn't work out. All day, those short balls have been read incredibly well by both sides.
I think this was also, yes, it was. It was 4.5.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But again, it didn't matter. Aaron Kernoth read it perfectly. Was in great position for the shot.
There you are, chapter 2, verse 7, bang. Thank you very much. Like a book.
Oh, brothers, they hold on. And they'll tell you, the rugby league's gods got involved in that one.
Oh, good run. Still going. Oh, I thought about the offload.
Tried to force it out there, did Jared Northam. He's just grabbed the leg there of the marker, and he's got away with that. Would have been a silly one to give away. Suddenly there's a little bit of feeling out there, a bit of push and shove. Some muck in the ruck, as our good mate Sully would call it.
Yep, hopefully he's watching or watching the replay.
And the referee might want to stay on top of this, or it could explode. Nice work there. Kernoth inside to Good. He beats one, beats two, beats a third, gets the pass away to James. James trying to slide through a hole, but it closes quickly. Got a lot of players up flat there. That was backwards is the call. It's eventually picked up by Field after it was knocked on.
Half stopped there.
Well, I think
the call.
Everyone thought it was forward, and you heard the referee though back. Clear in his comms. So now the Sharks leading 12 points to 4 on the DABSCO scoreboard. And another play the ball issue from the Sharks.
Was it forward?
Well, he signalled knock on rather than forward pass. Left the ball and stood up.
Yep, there you go. Great comms from the ref. It's good to have them mic'd up as well, so we can hear that, clarifying what's going on.
It just gives the explanation as to what he saw and why he's ruled the error against them.
Does he look a bit like a cricketer? Does he look a bit like Marnus Labuschagne?
He's got a little bit of a Marnus look about him. He's not quite as fidgety as Marnus.
A bigger rig.
Another great opportunity for brothers. As James will play it back. Now to Williams, goes across to Kernoth. Kernoth to Nicky. Nicky just does a little bit of a dance at the line before he's put down by Hall. Kernoth holds it up, running a good line there. Pollard hard to handle. The ball comes free.
No,
there might have been a hand on it from Jacob Colley.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, Pollard looking pleadingly towards the touch judge.
Oh, okay. At second,
Jacob Colley, he's scratching at the ball.
Second take of that, I think he's got a,
I also think you're entitled to hold on to that.
Yeah, 100%.
He was scratching at the ball and trying to help it out, but at the end of the day, if you don't drop it, you don't give the referee a chance to make a mistake.
100%, yeah, absolutely. Don't let the ref make the decision, do it for yourself.
A good run there from Benzaro. Actually, it wasn't Benzaro, that was Matt Mallard. Now they work to the left. Put down there, Versteeg. He's got some immediate concerns for his opposition player. He's clutching at the shoulder. I think it might be Nicky, is it? Caleb Nicky. It does seem fairly innocuous. There doesn't seem to be too much that we can see on that replay, but he certainly reeled out and was clearly in some pain, and Cameron Versteeg straight away signalling, good sportsmanship, signalling to the referee that there was an issue and we should stop play.
So it is that right shoulder.
Well, he wanted help up and he didn't get the help up and he thought, I'll do it myself then.
We said in the women's game, well, you said it, like shoulders are like ankles. You get those stingers. And it's like, oh, we're coming to an end. It's like, hold on, let me just move it a bit. That's all right. Just give me that magic
It's actually
spray.
okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's right.
It's got a few names, a stinger or a burner that you get in there because it feels like it's on fire.
I had horrible shoulders when I played footy. Used to pop out your left one continuously.
Ball there bouncing into touch. It was really deep there for the kick and worked really hard to still put some pressure on. Not exactly right down into the corner with the kick, but they'll be allowed to set their defensive line. And they've been pretty good with their line speed throughout this game, and we sort of said early on that it will be interesting to see if they can maintain that sort of line speed towards the back end of this contest. Really intense with the way they started the game, the Sharks. He just lies in the ruck.
just walk around.
Well, there's no real effort to clear the ruck. It could have gone against him. Wouldn't have complained with a penalty. A little kick in behind, and Daniel Good. He's backing up. He's running away. They're not going to catch him. There's plenty of run in the old legs of Daniel Good.
Oh, that was a good one too. That was fantastic. We saw one earlier in the first half, Don. Good kick through, and I said just that the shape of the ball, if it doesn't bounce your way, it can come off so badly. Little dinky kick here, and it just pops up against the bounce, and he was off. Just raised the eyes, saw the opportunity, put this on the boot, something from nothing, and game on under the posts. Kick to come. We could have a 2-point game.
Well, he's been one of the best in NRL NT for at least a decade. Daniel Good. He's been a wonderful player for a long period of time.
27 for Christ's sake. Look at him. Bloody hell. This must be the water or something up there, Donny.
Oh, he's still got plenty of toe.
Oh, and some.
He's lost nothing. And geez, we've got a game.
It wasn't just the run. It was the deft kick. It was like, here's half a gap. I could say on the right you're coming in, on the left you're going across. I'm going to slot it between yous.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've always known him as a fast, powerful, physical, aggressive player, but that was a level of skill that he's obviously developed in the time since I've been away. That was very deft. Nice touch.
And you had a great way to narrow the gap too. Game on.
100%. Game on. It is 12 points to 10. The Sharks still in front, but that is narrowed as we have another look at this brilliance from Daniel Good. Dribbles it in behind, and as soon as he sees clear air, no one was going to run him down.
I think he was getting the call from his the debutant on his left to say, "Go, bro, do it, just go."
Well, he was there if he needed him, Albert Rubu backing up. He was the closest man to him. That was the only footsteps that Goody would have been hearing. Well, the defending champs, they're not done with yet. Down 12-0 at half-time. They've got it back to 12-10. We've still got 23 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time for more drama. Brothers, they'll be keen to get through this set of 6. Aaron Pollard bouncing away from the tackle, but then the second wave comes and drives him backwards. Connor Williams waits at dummy half. They go the shift again out to Goody. He's got the Midas touch at the moment. That time just a simple play. No room in front of him there. Good shot from Laban down low. Mara plays the ball and it comes back now for Kernoth. He puts it up.
Don't think he got the purchase that he wanted.
Well, no one wants the ball. Who wants the footy?
Oh.
A little bit of soccer skills there from Rubu, but kicks it into touch. And
Oh, look, he gained an extra, 10, 15, so it's worth having a go.
it's always dangerous when no one wants to catch the ball. If you're one of the Sharks players, if you can catch it uncontested, catch the ball, take possession.
Well, I think at one point they didn't know where it was. I don't think he didn't get the purchase on it. It's gone an up and under, and it was like, where is it? Where is it? It's above your heads, boys.
Well, the Sharks, they've got to settle here as Hitchcock comes in to do some tough stuff. It was like a front rower's carry there from Luke Hitchcock. It's more like the outside backs carry on this occasion. Now they go to the left and it's Hitchcock again. Second strong charge. Good makes the tackle. Slows down the ruck. Now Hall stands, had the arm free, thought about popping one over the top. Will play it back to Colling. Colling throws it deep. Goes back to Sailor. Sailor puts it again up and under. And put down by Antonio James. Well, he's been so much better when he's been under pressure, Antonio James.
Should have just jumped in the air and done a backflip or something.
It's so true. If he'd done something
there was nothing there. It was like, ooh,
to make that spectacular, he probably takes it.
it's not hard enough. Well, this is, after all the good work that they've done, the brothers, this puts them in a tough spot. They've got a defender set, 20 out, and they've done all the hard work to reel in that disadvantage by just 2 points. Need a good defensive set here. Oh, good
Mallard almost goes through. Getting into dummy half. Gun picked up.
Get that up, yeah.
Driven into the ground by Mal. Stepping back in, Sailor. Spinning in the tackle with Williams. Now Colling goes from dummy half himself. I don't know that the marker was square. Tupou gets away with it. Field, show, go, bobble, knock on. Both ways.
So they did well defensively there, brothers.
Well, they've held their line intact after giving away that opportunity. Because they are still trailing, so they've got to get up the other end some way, somehow. In this last 18 minutes is good. Does a little bit of a skip before he's put down by Mallard. The contact, though, was high. The Sharks not overly impressed with the call, but the decision has been made. So it gets brothers out of their own end. A bit of a piggyback. And slide that one into touch. Northam. Field gets up, just clutching at the left shoulder there. He's made his way back into the line, but he does look in a bit of discomfort. Now with Tupou. Katame Tupou out onto the park. Now James. Good shot from Sailor. Kernoth gets to dummy half. Goes to Nicky. Nicky just takes it forward. Dropped down low by Colling on 5. Hall slows it down. Kernoth, a little kick in behind. The second kick and gets it. He loves it when it's difficult. Antonio James. He makes the difficult look easy and the easy look tough. And Brothers, they take the lead for the first time in this contest.
Oh, we have been blessed today, Donny. We've seen some cracking tries. Almost could have raffled it there.
Well, Aaron Kernoth.
Coming from nothing.
Kernoth looks up at the picnic rug there on the hill, points to the logo,
Yep, hi, Mum.
the Brothers logo. Says that's what it's all about. And Brothers take the lead. They've been challenged by the Sharks, but it looks like the Sharks are running out of steam. There's still plenty of time for them if they're good enough. But the skill of Brothers has been on full display. In this second 40. Well, he's taking his time with this kick here, Caleb Nicky. To give his side a 4-point advantage. Goes through his routine. Brushes the hair back.
Just thinks about it. I'm surprised he hasn't got the move on.
Trots in.
As you like.
Knocks it over, and Brothers out to a 16-12 lead on the DABSCO scoreboard. We have another look at this sensational try. Kernoth, the second kick. Everyone on side, and it sits up perfectly. A little bobble from Antonio James just to increase the difficulty level for him.
It's a good crowd down at Southern End as well. Would have got a great view of that one.
Well, how do the Sharks respond and get themselves back in to this contest?
Oh, brutal, yeah. It's his shoulder.
Slow to his feet, looks up with a smile on his face there. Wry smile, more so than anything else. I don't think he was overly happy about it.
It's all right, ref. I've got a spare head in my bag. It's fine.
Kernoth plays it back to Williams.
Oh, they are still hitting each other like it's the first 5 minutes, Donny. I love it.
And very physical. Zarmat. Kernoth. Straightening, going through is Colton. Colton looks inside. He finds a runner in Mara. Mara takes the tackle. They've still got tackles up their sleeve.
Not sure if he needed to offload that, dog. I reckon he could have run a bit further. Ah, here we go. Try time. Come on,
They've got to score. Good comes back in field. They look for runners. The ball hits the deck. It comes out again, and the Sharks come up with the ball. Kernoth.
He's just testing his vertical stability.
Well, Aaron and Trent Kernoth both over there together. Didn't like something that had gone on.
He's blown time off, so the assistant's probably seen something. I don't think he needed to pass that. I think he had more space and pace than he thought. Nothing in it there.
Nothing in it to see. Yeah. It's the call.
Yeah. He's the skipper as well. I like it.
Well, it's been a bit of a running battle between the Kernoth boys and the referee.
Start of the game. You want to play football?
Oh, he's set him off.
Well, he's got a sin bin here for Aaron Kernoth. Kernoth ran a long way to knock one of the Sharks players over.
And that actually, I suppose that is the point. Nothing in it, but you've actually come over and you've injected yourself into something you don't need to. So,
yeah, I think that's fair enough from the referee. Like there was nothing in it at all. No need for him to get involved. He's run a fair way. He's the captain of the side.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
and got and injected himself. That could have blown up into an all-in brawl, and it would have been him that started it.
Yeah.
So. Fair enough, he sits down for the next 10 minutes and
so there is
may very well cost his team the game because they lead by 4 points currently, but now they've got to defend with 12 players. So he's put them in a very awkward position. The question, though, has got to be, where do the points come from for the Sharks? You think their front rowers, Jacob McCarthy and Adam Hall, have probably been the two that have looked most likely for them. But you don't often think that it's going to come from your front rowers.
Not your front, yeah.
And a mistake. Well, there's a player lying in the ruck. He's played the ball onto the player that's in the ruck.
I don't know why you do that. It appears to have the roles have seemed to reverse in the second half. Like the brothers, this is what the brothers were doing in the first half, and then why would you do that? And then the Sharks have come out and they've got butterfingers and toes.
Well, they put themselves under a bit of pressure.
They just given a numerical advantage.
Yeah,
and they've just done that. That's
well, again, you when you've got that 13 v 12, you want some time with your hands on the ball where you can work them over and find that overlap, that extra man. But if you're going to drop the ball and hand it straight back to the opposition, that's forward pass.
That was a 4.5. That was on the line too. So
not called.
No captains, no bunker here.
Riggs slips over as he goes from dummy half. Now Williams.
I've seen tries in State of Origin scored off forward passes, Don, so...
Absolutely. you see it at all levels. Inside pass from Kurnoff. It's put down by Mara.
So going tit for tat with the ball handling at the moment.
There's definitely some tired-looking bodies.
Yeah, they look tired now. After I just finished saying how they've been hitting each other like it's the first 5 minutes, they do look tired now.
Well, it's been an incredibly physical game.
Now, ridiculously. We're hitting the last 10. Surprised they've managed to keep it up this long. It's entertaining. If this is the standard of footy they're going to be playing all year, I'll tell you what, we're up for a cracker.
Certainly are. Got some good teams in this competition. Palmerston, Litchfield with big wins earlier today in the DABSCO Premiership. Just disintegrating the quality of this one in the last couple of minutes.
They're laughing on the field as well. What else can you do? You can either laugh or cry.
Well, lots of head shaking, and that it's not a replay that Sam Pearson will want to see too often.
we need a lip reader.
Might be a clip that he gets that his mate sent him from time to time for the next year or two. So we see this push in the scrum.
Oh!
It forces a bit of a mistake from Brothers, but then they almost exploding.
Yeah, that 100%. That's silly. That's silly. That's silly. That's silly. There might be one more down here. That was completely unnecessary.
Well, interesting to...
Count of water now, mate.
Well, interesting to see Connor Williams, the 9, was the one that was actually calming that down. It's not often the role you expect the 9 to play. He's usually the guy that's stirring things up.
Time off. He's going to have a chat.
was just the 6 coming across, led with the knees into the back there, I think, of Dallas Carlton.
Yeah.
Time on.
It doesn't look like there's going to be anything further.
Okay, there we go.
Well, interestingly, I think the penalty's actually gone against the other player. It's not. It's not gone against Samika Sailor, who came in with the knees into the back. It was the other player that was down low that had a second effort that came over the top and made contact with the head.
I think that's what the referee saw. And I think that's also what got the reaction. So after finding themselves a player down, they're in a really good position now to put more pain on. Score while player down.
Kernoth there put into an awkward position. Oh, Matt, and charging out was Salia, trying to put a shot on. Didn't miss by much. Kernoth takes it to the line, chopped down low by Gunn. Again, he has a look at who the marker is. Fine. He's got a few numbers in his book, Trent Kernoth. Now Williams fires a pass to Colton. Colton, nice little kick, and the debutant gets one in the corner. Albert Rubu, but what a kick from Dallas Colton.
Fantastic kick.
Well, that's going to look sensational on the replay. As we see Colton just delicate.
Beautiful. Again, pops up really well. Bang. And the comms as well. So, you know, he's come in from last week before he's just put that on the boot. Placed it nicely on the silver platter. So I'll have 2 of those. Thanks, waiter. Give me some tomato sauce to go with me pie. Scores on debut. And they've gone 8 points up while they're a player down with less than 6 to play.
Yeah, it's well, it's been a fantastic second half. They've scored 20 unanswered points, down 12-0 at the break.
If you had watched, and I'm sure I know everybody that is now did watch the first half, you would be forgiven to think you're watching 2 different games.
Yep.
Because the Sharks had the brothers at 6s and 7s in that first half. I mean, they were up and they were at them and they were giving them nothing. They were hitting the line hard and fast with the ball. They were coming at them when they didn't, giving them no space. At one point, it looked like they were going to blow it out. If it wasn't for ball handling errors, it could have been a lot different. And then they've just come out a completely different side.
It was always a question that I had in my mind was how long can they maintain that intensity, because they were ferocious. Their line
ridiculous.
speed, they were right up in their face. There was no room for brothers to breathe, and keeping that going for 80 minutes is tough. That's elite level fitness.
How long was it? There was 6 or 7, maybe 8 minutes where it just was no stoppage. Just bang, 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 set after set after set after set. Completed in your face, hard footy, hard crashing.
He's got to take it out here, and we talked a little bit about the resilience brothers would have. I mean, they're the premiers for a reason, and they withstood the barrage that came at them from the Sharks, and they gave up a couple of tries for sure, but it could have been a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like it, for me at one point, it looked like they were just holding on. It was like the dam bursting. I was like, it's going to break. We just got to hold our nerve. And to their credit, they did. And managed to keep, just limit the damage, although that kickoff isn't great from the Sharks, and things go from bad to worse, especially when you're a player down. Or a player up, I should say. So, brothers, with only 12 on the park, they're the one doing the damage.
Yeah.
Jeez, there's a lot of talking points to come out of this game, isn't there?
Well, it's going to be an interesting video review. And I think I saw in one of the weekly newsletters about the West Australian Rugby League, the Willagee Bears coach saying that there was a bit of an honest video review of their first game against the South Perth Lions, and there's nowhere to hide. Now, when you're watching the game, everyone can see all the things you did wrong, and you've got to be honest with yourself and honest with your teammates. And I think this review for the Sharks, might be somewhat similar. Be plenty of things for them to look at and improve upon. And they would have some confidence that they could get brothers if they can maintain that intensity for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and maybe be a bit cleaner as well. I mean, again, that kickoff was a great example. And I get, when you're playing that type of game, your fatigue does then affect your skills and even your decision making as well. Everything sort of slows down, but some of their ball handling, especially the second half, has been really simple stuff you can fix.
Back live now. Zarmat. He goes close. He's right up against the post on 5. Last play. Brothers looking for the cherry on top. Comes across to Kernoth, who's back out there. Dribbling it in behind goes James. It's picked up by Ben Zarrow. And the 2 number ones come together. Kick. Well, you love to see the 2 1s smashing into each other. And Luke Hitchcock also getting smashed. The ball comes free. Kernoth in the push and shove again. No surprises. There's high fives and back slapping.
There's boots off.
Well, Trent Kernoth, he's quite happy to take a little bit of time off the clock, but the referee has stopped time now. So we've got a minute and a half or so to go. Trent Kernoth went straight from a push and shove to taking his boot off and said, I'm done for the day.
Has he got both off?
No, just the one off.
Just the one. They're white boots. What's he doing? Stretching out his toes. It's got a toe cramp. I don't know.
He's gone out to the wing and now he's going off the field. He's holding his boot.
I reckon he's.
And I think a good idea if he's holding his boot to say maybe go off the field, because I don't know what you're going to do with that boot while you're holding it.
Oh well, he'll.
That's a scrum win against the feed.
Oh wow.
There was a push in the scrum again, and this time it worked.
Well, there you go.
I love
First time for everything.
I love
lots
it.
of no. It's gonna go.
Well, he's playing on.
What are you doing?
I would have thought Daniel Good was not quite square at marker.
I would have thought so as well. He's reached across him.
He's reached around the play of the ball.
Yeah.
Knocked it down, so they're going to rule a knock on. I think that might be the question there Jared Colling is asking. The field. Oh, he falls into a monster shot from Jared Northam. And he's been put to sleep. He's struggling to his feet.
Yeah, no, he was falling.
Oh.
And the ref's got a...
Well, he's blown a penalty for offside. He'd called a player offside and he got involved. So it's not... he hasn't got a call from the bunker. He's... Well, can the Sharks get a consolation try in these last few seconds? Run up now from Gunn. Gunn gets to his feet. The siren should sound any moment. Celia. He's put down onto his back. Goes out the back. Picked up now by McCarthy. McCarthy keeping the legs going. They wrap up the ball. He gets the arm free. The siren sounds. His boot gets thrown away. And Brothers,
flying boots.
they run out 20 points to 12 winners. 20 unanswered second half points coming from 12-0 down. They've had to really work for these 2 competition points, Dave.
What a fantastic 40 minutes at the back end for the defending premiers. And they did it. They scored, was it 2 tries? Jesus. With only 12 on the park. And it really was a game of 2 halves. The Sharks dictated all of the play in the first half. They were quick, they were physical. When they had the ball, they were off them up, they were lining up, they're hitting them up. When they didn't have the ball, they were up in their grill, giving them no space. And then it's flipped in the second half. And every time you thought, okay, here the Sharks can reset here, like when they went up a player, they can reset here, they can get some momentum back. They went and made a stupid mistake.
Yeah.
It's kicking out in the full or dropping the pill with absolutely no pressure on them. So, but I guess that's what sport does to you. It's all half it's in the head. And again, when you're playing that type of game, you said that when you're playing that type of game, that physical game, how long can you maintain it? And when you do start fatigue, it not just affects your body, but also affects your thinking as well. And then things creep in. But what a fantastic 40 by the brothers. Plenty to talk about for them. It's been an absolutely cracking game to start the season.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful contest. Round 1 of the DABSCO Premiership in the books. And the earlier games in this competition, Palmerston, the Raiders running out 46 winners over South Darwin, and Litchfield 46-12 over the Nightcliff Dragons. And here in the key game at TRL Stadium, Brothers coming from 12-0 down to win 20 points to 12. Fantastic win. Thank you very much for joining us. I've been Donnie Bell. But also heard from Dave McRae. We'll see you next week.